Here we go. Yay, Angry Vet Raid. Yay, Matt's here. Thank you guys. Love Matt. I have been sick for a week, so I haven't seen Matt, and I didn't even I was so sick. Matt sends out weekly motivational text messages that are like every Thursday, you'll just start crying if you guys don't know about Matt's angry USMC is actually a very uplifting person who sends out lovely text messages to people every Thursday. Like, it's so nice. Like, just encouraging you to like keep going and stuff. Yeah. So thank you guys. Thank you, Matt Raiders. I absolutely love Matt. Oh my gosh. Matt is angry on the surface. Absolutely the sweetest, most kind, uplifting, thoughtful, empathetic person underneath. He probably doesn't want me to say that, but sorry, I'm going to have to mute periodically to cough so that I can breathe. Yeah, I'm good. It's just when you have lung infection in your lungs, it just lingers. So I'm like almost done with antibiotics. I've been on lung steroids for a week that help you breathe. So I'm definitely much, 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 much better than I was. Oh, Max, sadly, you're still here pretending you beat me in a debate. Again, if anyone wants to see maxyourcredit.com, have no idea what's going on, it is on YouTube and you can look it up. Why do you come back here and say the same thing? I was gone for a week. Same story from MAGA. Same exact story, another day. Okay, cool. I have 3 new computer screens so I can see everything so much better now. Thank you. I know. I'm glad I'm feeling better too. I'm one of those people, I'm a perfectionist. So when I'm guilty, when I'm sick, I feel guilty. Like this morning, Joanna in our group chat had to be like, if you apologize for being sick one more time, I'm that person that's like, I'm sorry I'm sick. I'm sorry I can't lift my head off the pillow. That's what happens when you're raised by a narcissist, which we have so many things about narcissists to discuss today. Oh, there we go. Hello, Twitch. Give me one more second to just make sure I'm all set up. I missed you. You guys have no idea. You guys are my family. So I feel I've had a very lonely week, but I have just pretty much been asleep and it was much needed. That's how you know when you're sick. Because lung steroids, they make you. I used to have to take them as a child because I was prone to lung infections for some reason. And I was always in and out of the hospital. So I know what they feel like. And normally you want to like claw the walls. And I was sick enough that even on lung steroids, I was pretty much sleeping the entire time.
More sophisticated now than computers.
Yeah. And if I look a little tanner, I also just laid outside. Like sometimes I feel like it helps dry up my sinus cavities. Or just like slept outside. So if I look tanner, that's because Arizona got hot for like the last week. The sun has been shining, the real scary sun, the melanoma sun. Yeah, Maxwell thank you, Maxwell, for making me feel seen in the YouTube chat is saying like his daughter always has to have lung steroids. That's how I grew up. Like, yeah. So I totally get it. And it's really crappy for kids to be on them because you don't understand why you feel so horrible. And yeah, so Maxwell, totally feel for you having a kid that has lung and like allergy, asthma, and prone to lung infections. I was basically like should have been raised in a bubble. Sorry, one more second and we are going to get going. We have so many interesting things to talk about. I hopefully make you guys laugh. I'm going to try to keep it light so we don't laugh. So I'm going to just start out with something that I think is funny. And I think I'm just going to start playing. I actually might have put it now, like if someone subscribes on YouTube. How do you know about this? Chrissy, that's where you were reading it on my screen. Cause I was like, how do you know that, Chrissy? I just saw what you pinned in the chat. I just wanted to say, but I guess I should start here. While I was sick, thank you so much, Jennifer, for the $100. Like, you guys don't understand. Like, that's pretty much how I bought groceries last week. So that's so nice. And I want to say, Deb, thank you for the $25 for the chicken noodle soup. Like, I'm not going to cry. I've been very sick, so I feel like I could cry. But thank you guys for thinking of me, even when I'm not around. And Fish Trucker, thank you for the words of kindness and the $10. Like, you just don't know what it means. And the reason Since probably just like our core group is here right now, before more people join, I'll say this. Like, so do you guys remember how I always had like W. John Kemp up here? And I was like, someone keeps sending me all of these gifts off of my Amazon wish list, like, which is a big deal because it's like, things like I couldn't otherwise buy, like, like shampoo, just things that are expensive that when someone buys for you, it just helps out. So I can, like I said, now I have 5 computer screens, like I sent you guys a picture of in Discord, because when this business makes money, I pretty much just reinvest it. So it's very thoughtful when people send me things off the wish list. And I was like, some man I have never heard of, his name is John. He just keeps sending me things for my Amazon wish list. And I was like, not that that's so kind. And I was like, thankful, but I'm like, man, do I have and then finally I get a message, like in the Amazon wish list receipts. If you don't know, like you can write a little message and it's like Gumps. It's like, oh, that's my partner. Like, just don't want you to think like some guy is sending you all this stuff. It's me. So I should thank you so much, Gumps, for always thinking of me and being kind. I'm not going to cry. You know how many things like you've bought me, and that's so sweet, and I appreciate you. And now I don't have to wonder who John Kemp is anymore and think like, how do I have no idea who someone is who is so kind? So mystery has been solved. It is not, in fact, a random person named John Kemp. Sorry, there's going to be a lot of clearing my throat today. Okay, so I want to show you guys something I found because I feel like this. Oh, I thought what did I mute? I did not mean to do that. I meant to leave this up for the night. I meant to. Sorry, just getting back into the swing of all the buttons. It's nice not to be banned from TikTok Studio. Let's try not to get banned again. I don't know if it's going to happen. But yeah, also sick for a week and then also was banned for a week. So I couldn't work on anything. Okay. I have the funniest thing to show you guys. So I think this should be like I think I made this for the sound for no way, I made Stephen A. Smith. I found a couple sounds that I just am like, this can pretty much embody the rest of our lives. And I think I'm going to start playing, like, obviously not this whole thing, but parts of it every time some like BS happen, like what I'm going through things on the people's receipts. And I just need to point out this woman who I'll show you I enlarged her screen name, I believe, after. So if you want to follow her, you can. Because again, I find I follow these really cool accounts that repost TikTok videos on X. So it's like I can get exposed to all these new leftist creators. So I don't find them necessarily on TikTok. And I actually didn't know about her before. I think her name's like Burb and Boogie 3.0. But again, I'll show you an enlarged version of her screen name. But this will come up later and we'll talk about what she's actually saying behind here. But the F around and find out videos that are just popping up everywhere of the brown and black people that voted for Donald Trump being like, what have I done? Like, I don't understand. I've made a mistake. Like, I was sending videos yesterday in our group chat of or articles of the Venezuelans in Miami. Oh, you guys thought because you live and are fueling the economy around Trump's Doral golf course that he wasn't going to deport you guys? I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh. And they're like, but we all voted for him. There's that I'll show you guys this article later. Washington Post of Venezuelans being like, but Trump knows he has a golf course right by here. It's called Doral Suela. That's what we call it. It's like, somebody tell these people, like, you really thought not you? You thought for some reason, just not the Venezuelans around the golf course? I can't take anymore. So this woman, and this is another instance we're going to get to later. I just need you to hear this sound because I think it will cheer everybody up. We need to tap the screen. Let's get to 50K as fast as possible. I so appreciate it. Tap, tap, tap. Tapping is clapping. But again, this woman is like a cappella singing. I didn't know the leopards would eat my face for like a minute, this is I want to like message her and be like, can we license this sound? Or, I mean, you can use little sound bites of it, but literally, this is for not brown and black people, white women, people on Snap in Alabama, all of you people that are suddenly in disbelief. Oh, people with cancer who thought that Trump wouldn't cancel your cancer research trials, people in other countries that thought, oh no, not me. Oh, the farmers. This is for all of you.
Me. I never thought the leopards would eat my face. No, I never thought the leopards would eat my face. Well, I turned my back on my own kind, but I somehow thought that I'd be fine. No, I never thought the leopards would eat my face. Slow it down now. I never thought the leopards would eat my face. No, I never thought the leopards would eat my face. Well, I turned my back on my own kind, but I somehow thought that I'd be fine. No, I never thought the leopards would eat my
That's all I will think about from here for the next 4 years. I'm just going to play this song every time I'm annoyed, or a small clip of it, because that is, if I have to hear watching, I know, wasn't that a great rendition of just the cold hard truth hitting you in the face? I don't want to hear it, Venezuelans. I don't want to hear it, Mexicans in Arizona that I'm related to that voted to deport themselves. Why are you why are you texting me now? I don't understand. When I was texting you, telling you who to vote for, you guys all acted like I had no idea what I was talking about. So you're talking to the wrong person. I know, looking for a chord, but it's A minor is right. We'll get to that. But I just wanted to show you this. And the reason she was making this video is like, we'll get to it, but the Arabs for Trump, right? They're having a tough go, right? The Arabs for Trump pack had to change their name because, it's becoming very obvious that Trump is in support of the Arab people. It's always Trump was reading that poem over and over. Like, I just want you to know, like, the analogy of leopards eating someone's face, that's the same poem Trump was reading over and over. You know how Trump would be at all of those rallies 24 hours a day and be like, someone bring me the snake, bring me a copy of the snake, I want to read it. It's the same analogy. It's like, oh, you didn't think I would attack you? Like, or like, that's what he was saying, but he was saying it about immigrants. And now I have to hear from the same people. Yes, the tan is real, Ray. The tan is real. I just want to say that I did not get a spray tan. The tan is real. That's the Arizona sun. I'm black. My dad is black. So, and indigenous. It comes in handy. That's the melanin that you are seeing. I couldn't do anything. So sometimes I laid indoors, sometimes I laid outdoors last week. But yeah, the tan is real. By summer, if you guys haven't known me, if you're just getting to know me as a live streamer, I used to be like a full-time content creator. By summer, I'll be you won't recognize me. I will turn a different color. That melanin, though, it comes in real handy. So, yeah, I actually do want to start. I want to talk about Kendrick Lamar, because I just think we need to talk about the culture and what Kendrick Lamar has done. So first, like, I was just kind of joking around, sending messages like to the Discord and Substack yesterday about how Kendrick humiliated Drake, which I will get there. But I've also want to talk about, like, Kendrick. Kendrick is a lyrical genius. He's a poet, like, I think was it like in 2016 when someone was interviewing Obama and asked him, like, who would win, Kendrick or Drake? And he was just like, Kendrick, hands down. If you want to dance, you listen to Drake. If you want to think, you listen to Kendrick Lamar, right? Like, it has layers, right? He's saying things upon things upon things. And I found his performance last night fascinating, but I am going to Yes, I do look bronze. The tan is real. I just like to stress this is my real melanin. I did not paint myself orange.
They have to.
But yeah, I just wanted to show a couple BIPOC creators who were breaking down Kendrick Lamar's performance last night. I thought it did a great job doing the political, like showing the actual allusions, the metaphors. Like Samuel Jackson as Uncle Sam was the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. So I thought we could just listen to a few of these and learn from, being at Black History Month and all. We can listen to some Black people talk.
The halftime show wasn't supposed to be entertainment. It was a message laced with symbolism about our government and control. In the lyrics, the revolution about to be televised. Right time for the wrong guy. Kendrick warned the audience to pay close attention. Samuel L. Jackson dressed as Uncle Sam, a national personification of the United States, symbolizing our government and our military. Uncle Sam represents patriotism and national identity. But with Samuel L. Jackson playing Uncle Sam, Kendrick was making a statement. He was telling his people to get ready. The division of the American flag highlighted the division in America. The Crips dressed in blue, the Bloods dressed in red. Together, they symbolize our country coming together in unity. The stars and the stripes were divided, illuminating the division in America. Serena Williams' hands shone, lifting the people up. This was more than just a halftime show.
That's right. He put on a clinic and gave layered message upon layered message upon layered message. And you know what and we'll get into some of the political whinings of the far right, but you know what the message MAGA got was, why are there no white people? Is, I would say, the general message that was received. Like, make it like we can't help these people. But I just have a couple more really good, I thought, takes on what Kendrick Lamar was trying to say politically last night, not just about Drake, but I won't leave that out either.
That Kendrick was throwing at Drake during this halftime show performance. The A minor necklace, bringing out Serena Williams to Crip Walk, the sweet, innocent, but fucking diabolical smile in the camera during Say Drake. When I tell you, I was giggling and kicking my feet when he said, "Say Drake." I know it was messy. I know it was messy and petty and everything that we love about Kendrick Lamar, but I need y'all to lock in because all truth, no J-Lo. I need y'all to also understand the political messages that he was sending as well. Start off with Samuel L. Jackson dressed as Uncle Sam saying, "Welcome to the Great American Game." Bitch, he was not talking about football. The Great American Game is how our government wants us to behave. Silent, complicit, going along with whatever the fuck they're doing. We get into Kendrick Lamar saying the revolution will be televised. You picked the right time, but the wrong guy. Essentially saying that he is not just going to fall in line, be complicit. He goes against what the government wants. Then we have Samuel L. Jackson come back and he says that this is too loud, too reckless, and too ghetto, and asks Kendrick Lamar if he really knows how to play the game. And Kendrick Lamar goes straight into humble. Sit down, be humble, exactly what the government wants us to do. And then immediately after Kendrick Lamar stops doing what the government wants him to do, stops sitting down, stops being humble, we see Uncle Sam come back and say, "Deduct one life." Please, are we following along? Then Kendrick Lamar teases Not Like Us but doesn't perform it. He says, "I want to perform their favorite song, but you know they love to sue." That was a dig at Drake because, child, you know he's on the phone with his lawyers as we speak. Also, he says he's going to slow things down, meaning he's going to fall back in line, be silent, be complicit, not go against the government. That's when he brings out SZA, the performance is chill, and then after that, we see Uncle Sam comes back out and he says, "This is what America wants, nice and calm." Samuel L. Jackson says, "You're almost there, don't mess this up," and then that's when Not Like Us begins to start. Before he gets into Not Like Us, he says some really important points. Number one, he says that there is a cultural divide. Self-explanatory. Number two, he says 40 acres and a mule, this is bigger than the music. If you're not familiar with the phrase 40 acres and a mule, that was a promise made to Black people after the end of the American Civil War, in which they were promised land and resources to help them build economically. This was a promise made by the government to Black people, which was broken, which is why Kendrick Lamar says this is bigger than the music. It points to the fact that the American government will lie to you, which is why you should not trust them, why you should not be complicit, why you should not be silent. I think the greater message that Kendrick Lamar was trying to convey is that we have got to stand up. America is a game and we cannot play the game in a way that Uncle Sam, i.e. the government, wants us to.
What I think I made it. Yeah, here we go. I made her name. I knew people would want to know. She's amazing. It's Nene Jones with a Z, but that's, if you want to screenshot it, this is her name on TikTok, so you can follow her. We should all, I was going to think, like, back when God, it might be 2 years ago now. Yeah, because I had just started working with Jay at this time last year. God, so it was 2 years ago. Yeah, like, I once heard someone say, like, spend time on BIPOC TikTok, not inserting, if you're not brown or black, don't insert your thoughts, but just be an observer, listen, learn, follow 10 new BIPOC creators this month, let them know you found them and you followed them and you're excited to learn from them. That's something I always try to do, follow as many as you want, don't get me wrong, but like, now is the time. I promise you, the amount of educational value you will get on BIPOC TikTok, it's not about inserting yourself and talking, but it's just listen. And your mind will be opened up in a way you never thought possible. So that would be my advice. I know I've missed a week and we're a little late on the Black History Month thing and Trump's trying to cancel it basically. But yeah, like hang out on BIPOC TikTok. You don't need to comment. You don't need to take up space. But listen, that's when I was trapped in the hospital. I always talk about I almost died and I first got on TikTok. That's what I was really doing a lot of, is just listening on BIPOC TikTok to what people had to say and thinking what that meant. Because I had such a hard time, like, with my, being multiracial and what that meant for me. And it helped me resolve it. So there's always tons of things to be learned on BIPOC TikTok. I just wanted to show they tried to rig the game, but you can't fake influence. This is, I don't, like, the double entendres of Kendrick Lamar's performance were beautiful, right? Like, you could apply them to Drake, you could apply them to Trump, like, it's all, like, the truth is just, I am glowing. I was laying in the sun and I'm on steroids. That's why I'm glowing. I'm on lung steroids to keep me breathing. Thank you guys for tapping the screen. We're almost at 50K. Let's get to 100K. That's the best way to support me. That and Cash App and Venmo. Oh, I didn't say this earlier, so I'm going to say it now. I'm working on different subscription levels on Twitch and on YouTube. I changed them, if you might notice, if you're a subscriber. I think I changed, and I'm going to change them on TikTok. It's just, I've been so sick. I'm going to change the subscription levels to like resistor. I think it's like rad resistor, the commies or something to do with the communists is mid one, and then the highest level is the enemy within. Because if I have to hear MAGA refer to, I don't know, brown people, black people, immigrants, the LGBTQIA, particularly trans people, if I have to hear that we're the enemy within one more time, like, I do think at this point we should just own it. Okay, cool. And that's fine. If you want to adopt language used by a horrible person, then, I'm just going to continue to highlight it over and over and over. Did anyone get a notice in Discord when I went live? I just figured out how to connect my, I connected both TikTok Studio and Streamlabs to Discord. So I'm wondering if it worked, or to a Discord bot. You did get a note. Okay, cool. So it's working. Yeah, I did spend a little time trying to figure out integrations. Susan, thank you so much for the tip. She said, I missed you. I missed you too. Keep those hands on 10 and 2 while you're driving Uber. Thank you for being here. I'm so glad to be back. So again, if you want to subscribe or do super chats on YouTube, that's much appreciated. All the ways to support me are in my, oh my God, I can't even remember the name. Sorry. There'll be a lot of this today. Linktree, by Linktree. If you are outside of the country, in the Linktree, the link to like www.streamlabs.com/a-girl-has-no-name/tip, that goes through PayPal. And yeah, that's a great way to support me as well. I believe you can now on Twitch as well. Exactly, Kraken in the Twitch chat. I am the enemy within. We all are. But yeah, thank you guys for supporting me. If you want to, please subscribe and reload your gift subscriptions on TikTok. That's also appreciated. Used to have like 600 subscriptions. Now I have 114. But I'm sure we'll figure it out. So probably the best way to support me now is Cash App and Venmo. And then while we figure and iron out all these different places, and things to subscribe. I know people aren't necessarily feeling TikTok, and I don't blame them for it. But if you want to subscribe on TikTok and you want to be here, I do encourage that as well. But wait, I feel like I had one more video. Oh, I love it. This is MAGA. This is the best rendition of "This is so un-American. This is MAGA" last night, when every single part of Kendrick, I don't know how you could be more American in that performance. But what we now know American means to MAGA is what? White Anglo-Saxon Protestant men involved, standing in a circle, possibly jerking each other. I don't know why I said that. Sorry, I'm on a lot of meds. But that, I mean, that's American. Anything, what I'm learning now is that anything out. Oh, Dale's here. Yay. Hey, Dale, have you come to harass me? I'm sick, so be nice today. But that's what they mean when MAGA starts complaining, is mad about the Super Bowl show. There wasn't enough mediocre white men like standing in a circle reassuring each other that they're the best. I think that's what I now get. They're just like, oh my God, which I am loving. I don't even know if I showed this to you guys, but I love now that like MAGA is so bigoted and out in the open about it that like they hate Nancy Mace. Nancy Mace tried to be, she's trying to do like the anti-trans stuff, and that's kind of like her angle to be accepted, except for the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant MAGA men that are trying to oppress white women don't want to hear it. And she's like, I had to work my way through the Citadel. No, your daddy was like in charge of the Citadel, and that's why you were the first woman admitted, and you got it was nepotism. Anyways, well, I'm sorry. That's what I read, but that's neither here nor there. But she's trying to say like, I will be damned if like trans women try to take my place as a woman. And then like MAGA just keeps attacking her and being like, it's not about you. It's about white men. So I just love watching Nancy Mace try to be like, I'm oppressed. And then being like, no, you're who we're trying to oppress. Please be quiet. I'll never get enough of it. When will they learn? It might almost be time for the leopards. I didn't think the leopards were going to eat my face again. That's Nancy Mace. They don't want you, Nancy. I hope she runs for governor of South Carolina. We could finally. That's how we have a Democratic governor in Arizona. It's someone like Nancy Mace, Carrie Lake, the gift that keeps on giving. We have a Democratic governor and now a second Democratic senator because Carrie Lake keeps thinking that MAGA wants to elect her.
It was a masterclass of symbolism. Samuel L. Jackson as Uncle Sam wasn't random. Kendrick was setting the stage to call out America's system. Then he says the revolution is about to be televised. You picked the right time, but the wrong guy. A direct nod to Gil Scott-Heron, telling us that change is coming. Then the dancers moving counterclockwise showed time reversing, undoing the system. Then they form an American flag during Humble, exposing the nation's contradictions. And Kendrick performing Not Like Us, a Drake diss right in front of Trump. That wasn't just about Drake. It was a message to those in power who manipulate and divide. Then Game Over being displayed wasn't the end of the show. That was Kendrick saying that the old system is done.
I love that. I did notice that. Like, because of the way my mind works and I love patterns, I also love geometric shapes. I love symmetry and asymmetry. So I invite you all, like, the reason I'm showing you guys this stuff, if you watch Kendrick Lamar's performance once, you're not familiar with his work, like, he could be the poet Nobel laureate of America. Like, he's that talented of a poet. He should be on like Def Poetry Jam. He's not on like Common or Most Def. So if you rewatch that performance and really look at the layers of what he did, it was a thing of art. Kendrick Lamar is unequivocally, and I'm not going to show this stuff. Cootery was sending it to me and I did check it out. I don't know if anyone saw that Kanye West, he promised he was going to stop with the oh, and if you want to follow this kid, by the way, sorry, I did take a screenshot of his name. If you want to follow Amari Fields Visions, if you want to follow the kid that was just saying this is his profile as well. But Kanye was having a night. I don't think you're going to be, if you're just on Blue Sky, you're not going to be able to see it. But Kanye West, I think it was about a year ago where he's like, I'm never going to say anti-Semitic stuff again. And like yesterday, the unleashing of what Kanye West was up to on X is the most disturbing I've ever seen in my life. Truly. And as somebody who, like I said, I've been diagnosed with PTSD, you can have mental health disorders and not be a person who constantly yells racist things and bigoted things. I'm here to tell you, it's okay. You could struggle with mental health issues and also not be a raging anti-Semite. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. So for all the people that keep saying like he's struggling with something, who in America is not struggling with their mental health at this time? I'm just thinking about what I'm going to show next. Oh, I guess I can just show this now, as long as we're on the topic of what the is going on in America. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 100K. We can do it. I forgot where to even, oh, there it is. For a second, I was like, where do you look?
But do you wonder why during the broadcast he was only shown once during the national anthem and never again, not even during any of those plays? Interesting. Would that have happened to a Democrat?
Yes. So this is the narrative. Trump got booed out of the Super Bowl. I mean, he didn't have to leave. He could have stayed there the whole time. I'm just saying he chose to flee the Super Bowl. He was acting like he was going to be there the whole time. And now suddenly on Newsmax, they're saying, I don't know if they're like almost implying he was there and they just didn't show him on camera. He walked out, got booed within an inch of his life, and then and I'll show you the presser because I had to clip it because I'm like, what in the F is this? And then was just saying insane things on Air Force One. Like for the second half of the game, I'm like, because my father, a half black, half indigenous Mexican man who voted for Donald Trump, was like, I can't even talk. It's hard to even talk about it, to make it make sense. It doesn't. But was like, oh, where's Trump? I thought he was going to be at this game. I'm like, oh, he's in Air Force One screaming incoherent things right now. Like, so if you want to stop watching the game and go watch him do that, that's what's going on. Yeah, but this is the narrative on the right, is that the cameras just didn't want to show him. Like he walked out there, was booed aggressively, got back on his plane and started yelling crazy things about not minting pennies, which, yeah, by the way, that's a progressive thing that people have been saying for. And then Elon Musk said it once, and Trump's like, nobody liked me at the Super Bowl. I need something to talk about. We need to stop minting pennies. It's a waste of money. It's like, oh, you mean the thousands of people before you that have pointed that out? Like now that was your idea? Okay, cool. Here's some.
Traitor! 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 You're a fucking traitor! Traitor! You're a traitor! You're a traitor! Fuck you! Fuck you!
It's like music to my ears. No, I'm just saying, like, if you want to look around, there are thousands of these videos on the internet, and news. I just want to go back now and listen to, this is the Newsmax. This is what they're saying on Newsmax.
But do you wonder why during the broadcast he was only shown once during the national anthem and never again, not even during any of those plays? Interesting. Would that have happened to a Democrat?
And this is what happens when you listen to the media. That's what we're supposed to believe was happening. They looked so awkward. They marched out on the field, did some things with the military, and people were booing them. And it was very awkward. Yeah. Oh, I mean, MAGA will politicize anything and then deflect and accuse everyone else of politicizing it, which is my absolute favorite. Okay, I'm going to start that was actually the end of the presentation. Let's start at the beginning, and I'm just going to go through it because I just want to really put a cap on this because I was talking about it last night. And so before we have to get into the horrors of our country, I mean, I just want to say, Kendrick Lamar, what he did to Drake, is Drake in hiding? I hope he's in hiding. And the best part is, he basically said if Kendrick Lamar played that song last night, that he was going to add it to the defamation suit. Do you understand these two are on the same record label? So Drake is suing his own trying to bankrupt his own record label that he shares with Kendrick Lamar. Make it make sense. Like, I don't know. I almost hope this is like for... But I mean, anyway, so Kendrick Lamar was absolutely fabulous. And can I just say something that this is unrelated, but those flare jeans, Kendrick Lamar, like black men in the 70s were looking fine AF. Black men, let's bring back the flare jeans. Those fitted flare jeans, Kendrick Lamar. I don't even know who was, and it was not like a fashion magazine. It wasn't Vogue, because I have like Apple News. I feel like it was like New York Magazine was like the star of the show was Kendrick Lamar's flare jeans. I mean, we all love him after yesterday. That mischievous look he has on his face while insulting Trump, Drake, and everyone else in between. Like when you have a secret and you're smarter than everyone else. That's why I'm always smirking. Yeah. So again, if you don't know, and I just want to say this because I know sometimes people don't always know what's going on in the rap world. Kendrick Lamar and Drake are on the same music label, right? But Kendrick Lamar is a poet, a lyricist, a prophet, if you will, who actually comes from Compton, and Drake, if you guys don't know who Drake is, I'll tell you how I know who Drake is. I was shocked when I heard that Drake was a rapper. Do you want to know why? Because I am obsessed with television from other countries. I'm an Anglophile. Like I watch British television, Australian television, Canadian television with VPNs. So what I knew when I saw who I was like, that person looks like someone I know. Drake is the equivalent, is now pretending that he somehow grew up, I guess, in the hood of Toronto. Has anyone been to Toronto? But that's his story. I know Drake as a child actor star, right? Drake is the equivalent in Canada of a Disney or Nickelodeon star. Like what we were obsessed with as like Saved by the Bell. There's a show in Canada called Degrassi, right? And this goes on for years and years. And Drake was a child actor star who played a paraplegic on the show. He was a high school kid in a wheelchair. And then next thing, yeah, love Degrassi. People know. Some people know. Some people know what I'm talking about. But imagine, that's who I knew Drake as, was a kid in a wheelchair who was like a Canadian Disney star. And then all of a sudden he's like, hey, I'm a rapper who comes from the hood. And I was like, I'm very confused by this weird act. That's why I was always like, I don't know what Drake's doing. And like Obama said, if you want to dance, listen to Drake. If you want to think, listen to Kendrick Lamar. Right? So that's the background of the commercial success, right? When you think of like the advertising dollars that go into, if you have a good beat and, people can dance to it and it doesn't say anything too offensive or too real, and you can make hundreds of millions of dollars off that type of music, that is what Drake has dominated, commercial success, right? And Kendrick Lamar is an actual poet, an actual lyricist speaking about real things that not everyone wants to hear about. The man's a genius, a forward thinker. So they had this feud, right? And if you don't know, at the Grammys last week, Kendrick Lamar won 5 Grammys off a diss track about Drake. Off insulting. Yeah, you don't typically see diss tracks go ahead and win 5 Grammys. But basically, I mean, Kendrick Lamar, like I said, is a poet. And he was like, hey, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it right. And so that's why Drake was saying, if you play this song at the Super Bowl, if you do this song, I'm going to sue you. Right? So that's where the one layer of what was going on last night. I love this. Danced on Aubrey's grave. That's Drake's real name. In some Old Navy flares. Like, truly, danced on Drake's grave in some Old Navy flares might be the most accurate description of what happened. The flares were flaring. Okay, brown and black men need to bring back the flares. Like, I have pictures of my dad from the 70s in flare jeans like that. I love them. Wouldn't be the first time Drake died on TV, because if you watch Degrassi, if you know the history of Drake being a child TV star, you know what they're talking about. This is someone being like, this is all hilarious. I just can't. But again, if I text you this, I know you're cooked. That's when he was looking into the camera, just being like, yeah, Drake, talking to you. You know exactly. And if you don't know, like that he was wearing this huge chain. You can kind of see it here with A minor. Similar. I'm just drawing the metaphors for you. Drake is rumored. I'm not alleging. I mean, I've heard thousands of people on the internet allege that Drake, usually is around minors a lot, right? And that's what part of what Kendrick Lamar is saying in that song when he's saying A minor, as well as with Trump, right? Like, you get the metaphors. And so he's wearing a chain, basically calling these people out for their disgusting behavior. Oh yeah, his lawsuit is doomed. I agree. I mean, it depends, and this actually brings up a good point that we can all have a learning moment. And I've talked about this a couple of months ago, and I don't know if we really got into it. I don't know how this is going to benefit Trump, but the right is trying to attack the Supreme Court precedent of defamation. Right? Like, what is it? It's that there's a case involving the New York Times, and it's like Bernstein or something. I can't remember exactly what the case is called right now because my brain, I'm on a lot of medicine. But there's a case that is at the foundation of defamation lawsuits that basically New York Times versus Sullivan. Thank you, Doc. God, smartest chat in the world. I don't even have to think. I need to remember that every time I feel inadequate. I don't need my brain to work. Yeah. So, and that's based on you have to prove actual malice. That's why the standard for defamation is so high, because you have to prove actual malice, right? And they're trying to overturn that, which I don't see how that could be good for the right. It seems like just as many things could go against them. But yeah, so it just depends. But as it goes now with the amount in the public sphere about Drake, yeah. And they're on the same record label. You're suing your own record label. He just wants a payday. And also, just in rap culture, if you're filing a lawsuit, you have lost. There's nothing he can say at this point. He's just I just have to slink away in shame and file this lawsuit. And because that's what matters to him is money, I guess. And that's not what matters to Kendrick Lamar. So that's why I think the best thing for Kendrick Lamar, he's probably the most famous man in America this morning, and he deserves it. I want him to have the commercial success that Drake has. You know what I mean? He deserves the money that Drake has been raking in for years. That's enough, Drake. You've got your weird Canadian child actor money and your dance music money. That's enough. You're good. Oh, I love this. The whole Superdome singing A minor. Relations between Canada and the US really are at an all-time low. Which that's just, it's a little joke. I mean, we obviously have problems, but this is the least of it. I know his song does say he deserves it all, Joanne. I agree. The A minor chain was the outfit was outfitting. There's no, that's how you can tell a true artist. I'll just say Kendrick Lamar's attention to detail is impeccable. There's just no stone left unturned with that man. And then just can I picture if you bring on you're trying to make you're humiliating a man, a very famous man who is very important, and he's I'm going to sue you if you do this. And so then he's hey, you know what would be great if I went and got 2 of this man's ex-girlfriends and I had one sing the hook my songs on stage, and I have another crip walk gig for Compton, right? If you don't know the history of Serena Williams, the best tennis player in the world, she is from Compton, right? Like they're from Compton, born and raised. So Serena Williams also used to date Drake. And Kendrick Lamar has her essentially on stage with him. And then SZA too. God, she sounded like a fucking angel. I almost forgot what SZA's voice sounds like. And if you, again, just rewatch the performance, I'm not for copyright, since we're live on YouTube and Twitch, for the sake of copyright violations, I'm not going to go there, but just rewatch it. Another one of Drake's past flames present on stage was Serena Williams, who danced as Lamar performed. He's just like, the most rich, famous people. This was just, and this is like a silent clip, but this is Serena Williams trip walking while Kendrick Lamar humiliates Trump and Drake. I mean, that's the best tennis player in the world. Super cool. I guess we've all chosen sides. And I just wanted to show you some of MAGA's comments, right? Like underneath this. I'm all about diversity, equity, inclusion. Did the halftime show have any diversity? This is the world we're all forced to live in now. I just want to be clear. Where, look at this one. NFL, end racism. Halftime show, zero diversity. Sorry, Kid Rock couldn't stagger out. I don't know if you guys recently heard, Kid Rock was doing a concert and left and stormed out like a couple, like, was it it was either last night or the day before, because people were not cheering enough. Like, sorry, nobody wants Kid Rock to come out and say things that no one cares about. Like, well, this is yeah, because they weren't clapping for him. Yes, Queen Anne's lace knows what I'm talking about. But this is the reality we have to live in now. The reality where reverse racism. And I just want to take this opportunity to remind you, if you ever can't put into words, which is fine, right? I am never, when I'm talking about racism in America, I'm never saying, hey, my neighbor Billy, I think he's got a lot of hate in his heart. He's a racist. I mean, I could have my suspicions, but that is not ever what I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about systemic racism. Like, right? These are systems that are as old as time, that we know through something called statistical analysis disproportionately discriminates against brown and black people. So white people, just because you've got it in your head that like something bad is happening to you, I know, like, who was it that said that? Like, the quote was like, to people who have long been accustomed to white supremacy, equity and equality feels like oppression. Yeah, that's what we're seeing a lot of. People like, no, I'm sorry, because there wasn't a white person in the Super Bowl show, that does not mean that you have been discriminated against. But we can talk about statistical analysis and impact studies and what real discrimination is anytime you want, MAGA, because I feel like they don't want that. Could I just show you my favorite tweet? I'm not going to read it aloud. I'm just throwing it out here. Drake, are you in hiding? Are you okay? I don't think, probably just stay. You have so much money. Just stay on a yacht in the middle of the ocean for a while. There's no need to come back to land. Oh, exactly. Bad kitties. There were women in that show. That's a stretch for MAGA. MAGA's probably like, why are there so many women there? Oh, I know. The MAGA has canceled the NFL. Remember Bud Light? Like, they don't know what they're doing. Oh, this is good. I don't know if you guys have happened to see this clip, but Richard Gere was speaking at a Spanish-speaking award show. Like, it's like the Oscars, essentially. But he was speaking to, like, Spain and all of the colonization they've done. So south of here, Spanish-speaking countries. I don't know if you caught any of what Richard Gere had the balls to say, but I'll give Richard Gere all the credit, right? Like, we need to, now is the time to speak out. Now is not the time to say, I'm stressed out, like I'm worried, I'm scared. Like use your voice. Everyone needs to use their voice, especially if you sit in privilege, right? If you're not next up on the list of people to be dragged away somewhere, like use your voice and fight. And I think Richard Gere said this beautifully to the Spanish speaking world, and it was super well received. This is like making international headlines everywhere.
I'm coming from a place now that we're in a very dark place in America, where we have a bully and a thug who is the President of the United States. But it's not just in the U.S., it's everywhere. Everywhere. You know, I read a really moving...
And do understand that. Like, please don't think in America we are stuck in a microcosm and this isn't happening. This started in Europe, right? Like authoritarianism is like a disease people catch, right? I mean, how Mussolini's granddaughter is in charge of Italy. So, you know, we saw this shift in the European Parliament before the US presidential elections. And when you have the amount of money, right? I always say this, like, follow the money. If you look into, as a history major, if you look into 1930s and 40s Europe and who was actually funding Mustache Man, it will go back to people like, I don't know, the Windsors. You know, that's the royal family of Britain, right? That, like, the idea, authoritarian ideas, rise, like the rise of fascism is backed by money, right? The consolidation of power. And that's what we're seeing now with like the tech billionaires surrounding him. Henry Ford back in the 30s, if you don't know, Henry Ford, Mustache Man had a goddamn photo of Henry Ford behind his desk. He's the only American to get a shout out in Mein Kampf. When Mustache Man was like, hey, I've heard about these camps. I hear America's putting people in camps and I'd like to have my own camps. And then he came here and was like, show me how you're doing these camps and what you're doing with Native Americans. That's literally how it went. So, and all of this is backed by an attempt to consolidate power, right? Big business, corporations, money. Oh yeah. So I'm not going to say it. I'm going to be nice.
I'm coming from a place now that we're in a very dark place in America, where we have a bully and a thug who is the President of the United States. But it's not just in the U.S., it's everywhere. Everywhere. You know, I read a really moving letter in the New York Times from a gentleman in Hungary, and he was the slippery slope of how this happens everywhere. Authoritarianism takes us all over. We have to be vigilant, we have to be alert, we have to be energetic, we have to be brave, we have to be courageous. And everyone who's watching this in the Spanish-speaking world and elsewhere, we have to be willing to stand up, tell the truth, be honest, and that there's a place in all of our lives for basic kindness, for basic love and understanding, and an embrace of each other.
Amen, Richard Gere. We need more people, more voices standing up and saying the truth. But yeah, I mean, he said this essentially to the Spanish-speaking world, and it's been very well received internationally, right? And we'll get into more of that later. But I do want to try to include, I mean, obviously I have to show you guys, this is pretty much about showing the BS, but I also want to try to pepper in some encouragement, because God knows we're going to lose our minds if we have to go through this. Sorry. Okay, so I just want to point out, ABC, again, owned by Disney.
The paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
Remember, ABC is the network that settled their defamation lawsuit. They could have easily won because Trump was never going to be deposed, and agreed to, like, what essentially is a tax write-off to donate something to like a Trump library because of George Stephanopoulos saying something that was not necessarily untrue, in my opinion, right? Just citing what Judge Kaplan had said in the E. Jean Carroll order. And so now ABC is doing this, they do this, I like to call them wild safaris, where they go find MAGA people, and they're dead serious about this. Like, ABC may be the new CNN. Like, they go find MAGA supporters and ask them why they voted for Trump, but not in a sarcastic way, like truly, like as if this person is saying something that makes any sense. Oh, whoopsie, sorry.
Because of his voter Amanda Marone backed Trump because of his stance on Israel. She likes what she's seen.
I think he kind of came in strong, and he's just taken care of everything that kind of happened over the last few years.
And while Trump's comments this week on the U.S. taking over Gaza faced fierce condemnation here and abroad.
What do you think about what he said this week about Gaza?
I mean, he says a lot of dumb stuff, so I don't know. I mean, he's a lot of talk. We'll see what he actually accomplishes and gets done. I don't think he's going to actually relocate everybody out of there, but I think that he's like working towards some sort of solution that will hopefully, help everybody.
What in the actual F world are we living in? Does anyone remember when it was, oh, Joe Biden has no idea what's going on? What are you talking about, lady? Like, this is the point of cognitive dissonance. You have one delusional set of standards for your weird orange leader and another one for everyone else in the free world. Okay, so you're saying he can lie, he can ramble incoherently, he can never follow through on one thing he promised you, but that's to be expected. I'm just a delusional weirdo who's literally having my rights stolen out from under me. And this is my take on things. I actually am glad. I hope ABC keeps doing this and then they lose viewership. Like, what is this? This is real. And I mean, cool. And I saw several of these and I only clipped one because I was like, I can't even take it at this point.
The interest in the Gaza Strip from a U.S. perspective, your thoughts there on what happens next?
Well, President Trump is an amazing individual. He thinks outside the box in many, many areas. And, what we've seen happen in Gaza over the last number of decades just hasn't been working. So I think it's time for a new solution. I think the president has put forward one that has merit to it. And I think that we'll just wait and see how it actually transpires. But I think the president has a pretty interesting idea that deserves some serious thought.
And it's floating.
I had to play this just because, like, it's a theme I'm noticing. The weird hero worship, the constant explaining away of the horrific things that Trump is up to, like, it makes no sense, right? This is a co-equal branch of government. If you don't know who this idiot is, in my opinion, he's an idiot. His name is Andrew Clyde. I believe he sorry, it's been a long time since I was immersed in Georgia districts. I think like the 9th district of Colorado. What? Of Georgia. I don't even know where that came from. The 9th district of Georgia. If I'm wrong, just correct me. And I know you guys will tell me in the chat. So somewhere, Andrew Clyde is ridiculous. And he's just a yes man. We are talking about Donald Trump. So again, I just want to remind you of the narrative. Before the election, it was the left is just making up a bunch of lies. Project 2025 is not real. Right? All of this crazy stuff they're saying Trump is going to do, none of that will actually happen. Every single thing, like I'll say this for us on the left, just sleep well at night, knowing that every single thing we said would happen has 100% come true, and then some on top. Like, I think I underestimated the level of recklessness and insanity that we would truly see. But the sycophants, like Andrew Clyde, right? co-equal branches of government. We have the judicial branch, which I'll say this, and I always recommend to follow Mark Elias. He handles all the voting rights challenges and most legal issues for the Democratic Party. He has a account called Democracy Docket. Follow that if you want to keep up with it. I don't pay for it yet. I need to, so we can all have a subscription and I can keep us updated. I probably will if I get $150 this week, because I think it's becoming useful. He did send out an email this weekend where he was pointing out every challenge since Trump every legal challenge they have faced since Trump has started doing this BS and it's been challenged in federal court, they have lost. Right? Like all the stuff Elon Musk is doing, stealing, trying to take over systems, trying to decide where congressional funds can be allocated. They have lost. They're not permanent legal challenges. These will end up at the Supreme Court. They're temporary, but this Trump is completely overstepping. And when we have 3 co-equal branches of government, I see the federal judges, at least, right? These are Reagan judges. These are Trump judges. These are not, I don't want you to think that they're just judge shopping and it's people on the left. Like a lot of these rulings were judges appointed by Ronald Reagan. So, who are like, what are you doing? You don't have the authority to be doing any of this. Stop. Right? And the legislative branch was supposed to be the 3rd co-equal branch of government that is a check and balance. And instead, what we have are a bunch of wet noodle Republicans that are so used to suckling at the teat of power. MAGA, does this sound familiar to you? You kept saying drain the swamp. You guys are the swamp. That's who you guys are. And all these people that don't want to leave the swamp because it's warm and they like suckling at the teat of power, this is all you now. You are the swamp. You should be ashamed of yourselves. And I do suggest this article if you're interested in digging more into. I've been talking about this for over a year. I was trying to look back at the first time. I was like, it was the first time his name. He's such a great creator on TikTok too. I'll find it for tomorrow. His name's like Geohusar, like Geohusar. And he's, the way he sees patterns and geopolitical economics is like brilliant. And I think he was the first person that ever he was talking about a canal project and how the whole point. Yeah, think Johnny knows. Yeah, that's how you spell it. He's amazing. And he was talking about this canal project and how the goal was to level Gaza. It would be beachfront property, and they want to create a different canal, a wider canal system like the Suez Canal, and that we were invested in. And I was like, oh yeah, he's absolutely fabulous. Follow him for sure. If you don't know who that is, he will blow your mind. But yeah, I mean, that's the first time I ever really started thinking or looking into the data of this is a commercial real estate development grab. And now we're here, right? Again, Arabs for Trump. Where are you at, Arabs for Trump? You were the people that said Trump was going to save you, and Biden had ruined your lives. Are you getting it yet? Is it becoming clear? This is the Nakba, take 2. Whichever of you are still alive, now you're going to be resettled. Yeah. And this is my other new favorite clip, right? I will say Stephen A. Miller annoys me on a lot of levels, but he has been going hard at Trump. So if somebody is consistently screaming the truth, then I will point it out. This is also, I think I said this, if anyone subscribes on TikTok, part of this is the sound. Because this is what, when I heard Andrew Clyde, oh, thank you, President Trump. He's a visionary. He's such a genius. He is a guy who has no idea what he's saying, who's trying to rob us all. He barely knows words. But this is how they sound.
His title for the moment don't matter. Every other word he was saying, I want to thank Donald Trump. I want to thank Donald Trump. I want to thank Donald Trump. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your... Shut the hell up and do your job. How much ass kissing must y'all do before your breath starts smelling like shit? I mean, come on. It's ridiculous. Just do your job. Do your job. His title.
I could listen to that over and over. I have listened to that many times this weekend. Like, do your job. But truly, their job is to say, Trump is a visionary. Trump thinks outside of the box. Trump is amazing. Everything Trump does is good. History will not remember you well. That's why I got a degree in history, because I could see the world in patterns, and I love that history never lies. I'm happy for MAGA because history will not remember you well. Oh, and this is, you guys are going to love this. You know me. And these F around and find out cases, the Venezuelans are driving me particularly nuts. If you've never had the pleasure of living in Miami for a year, you may not know what I'm talking about, but the Venezuelans are in absolute shock, right? And with probably a good reason to be. Trump is the reason that they had temporary protected status. He did a failed coup. He continued, and I'm not saying he started the disaster in Venezuela with Maduro, but he continued it. He continued crippling their economy. He continued crippling their ability to sell oil reserves. He continued crippling their currency. And what we know is, if you destabilize an economy to the south of us where there's a land bridge, it's very easy for them to show up at the southern border. Trump himself granted the Venezuelans temporary protective status at the end of his first term. So just to be clear, he's the one that did it and then revoked it all. But listing, I don't know if you guys recognize this clip, but man, these Venezuelans went hard for Trump.
Vote for Mr. Trump! We vote for Mr. Trump! Yes! Mr. Trump! We love you! We love you! All the way to the White House!
A few moments later.
Around Monday, Venezuelan Americans denounced the Trump administration and South Florida Republicans.
More than betrayed. Beyond betrayed. They used us. They actually, during the campaign, and I don't want to make this political, but during the campaign, the elected officials from the Republican Party, they actually told us that he was not going to touch the documented people.
No, I'm not saying that's the same woman, and I don't know. It kind of looks like her, but like that could, I'm not saying that that's the same woman. I'm just saying that's the clip, right? Like, I'm not saying that's the same person. But what did happen, and if you don't, well, let me get into it. If you want to read more about this, and actually I'm going to tell you more about it, so you might not have to, but screenshot this article. This is what I was like sending to our group chat, and I was like, I lived in Miami for a year, so I have particular disdain for the Hispanics there that somehow think, oh, he's not talking about us. He's talking about the Mexicans. Like, that is the attitude in Miami. Oh, we're from the Caribbean. Trump's going to deport Mexicans. Like that is, I have Mexican family members that are like, you just have to understand, well, maybe I'll get into it and explain it a little more, but you have to understand how like classism works in the Spanish speaking world. It's more based on colorism, right? So, you know, when they think of someone in the fields, it's very similar to Asia. The darker your skin, that means you're a laborer, you're indigenous, right? You're not of European descent, right? So it's colorist. So a lot of the Hispanics in Miami are fairer skinned, and they think like, oh, not me, right? I look like them, so I'm fine. They're not talking about me. No, they are talking about you, honey. Welcome. And this is why they're so mad. Like, the largest concentration of Venezuelans is around Doral, right? Trump's golf course in Miami. So they can't understand how this is happening to them, right? The decision to cancel, Trump gave them temporary protected status, or continued it, I should say. And then Biden continued it twice, I think in like 2021 and then again in 2023. And Trump has now canceled their temporary protected status. These are his own voters. For hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans has ignited fear, confusion, and outrage in this Miami suburb, which is affectionately known as Biracial. Venezuelans here have been some of Trump's biggest proponents. Even if they could not vote, they attended rallies, decorated their front lawns with Trump flags, and took to social media to support the man they thought would prioritize removing Maduro from power. And if you don't know, Trump just sent Crazy Grinnell there to say hi to Maduro. He's not removing him from power. He's like, hey, from one authoritarian to another, thumbs up. I love watching the Venezuelans find out. The Venezuelan community gave Trump their support. This is a Venezuelan immigration lawyer and army veteran. This is completely different of what I thought was going to happen. This is an immigration lawyer and an army veteran saying this. Really? The fact these people are shocked is shocking to me. And this is what I'm talking about. Perhaps nowhere have Venezuelans put down roots as firmly in the United States as in Doral, right? Children born in Venezuela or to Venezuelan parents in the United States fill the city's schools. Family-owned restaurants that shuttered in Caracas have reopened in strip malls. Many business owners, lawyers, and doctors have now been here so long they have reestablished professional careers, purchased homes, and built the suburb into one of Miami's fastest growing communities. The city is also home to a Trump golf course and resort, and the president visited Doral often during his first term. They were just there, right? Trump is using our tax dollars. He put the whole Republican caucus up in Doral like 2 weeks ago. He was just there, surrounded by the Venezuelans who voted for him, who literally stumped for him, even if they couldn't vote, and now he's going to deport them all. You can't rate this stuff. Some of Trump's most dramatic inroads, I thought this was fascinating, with Latino voters were made in Doral, where roughly 40% of the city's residents have Venezuelan roots. He went from losing the city in 2016 to narrowly winning it in 2020. In the 2024 election, he won 62% of the vote in Doral, beating Vice President Kamala Harris by 25 percentage points, according to an analysis of Miami-Dade County precinct data. He won Doral by 25 percentage points. So these are either Venezuelans voting for them to lose their status, right? Or, I mean, they're citizens, possibly birthright citizens, voting to lose birthright citizenship, or who have family members who will lose their temporary protected status or friends as a result. And they're like, what's going on? I didn't know the leopard would eat my face. This is why I get annoyed. Here's an example of one of them. This is a 29-year-old woman who's among those who thought Trump would shield Venezuelans from deportation. She said the overwhelming majority of her friends and family supported Trump, including her father, who is now at risk of being removed from the country. His temporary protected status expires in April. She knew Trump had vowed to deport immigrants who committed crimes and singled out members of Venezuela's feared Tren de Aragua. You know, like this gang that, remember, he said they had taken over Aurora, Colorado, and we debunked that whole thing. That's how it starts, right? Notice the pattern of how you get rid of brown and black people around the world. You identify them as a T group or an organized crime group, right? And you start out, just you guys, just the criminals of you. Well, look where the Palestinians are at. They don't even say Hamas anymore. They're just like, it doesn't matter what we do with the Palestinians. None of us are safe, right? That's how they start. They say, not all of you, just the criminals, right? We're just identifying the criminals. Then it's like, well, you all look alike, so it's hard to tell you guys apart. Well, your children are military-aged men. So, you're all a danger to us. Like, it's almost like these people can't see patterns. But she didn't expect Trump to conflate criminals with Venezuelans like her parents and younger brother. Well, you should have thought harder. I really want to feel sorry for these people. This is her quote, too, that's just absolutely mind-blowing. He's been to Doral. He's been to Miami. She said between bites of an empanada at a small Venezuelan restaurant. He knows all Venezuelans aren't Tren de Aragua. No, he does not know that. Actually, he definitely does not. Regal pointed to Venezuelans' contributions to South Florida. Visit any business, whether it's an office, hotel, or store, there are Venezuelans working inside. New shopping centers and apartment complexes are being built to meet the demands of new residents, many Venezuelans who have moved in. If only they cared. And this is a picture of this family, right? This is a family. I just want to be clear. This girl in the middle was trying to convince the rest of her family to not vote for Trump. And this is her dad, who is losing his temporary protected status and is still like supporting Trump. Like she said her father was blindsided by Trump's decision to eliminate TPS for Venezuelans, and he still supports the president. Quote, he said that Trump is doing right by his country, that we did invade his country, and he's defending it, she said. He did a coup. Trump unlawfully went onto your sovereign country's soil and did a failed coup. He invaded your country. He turned off your economy. He plunged you into economic instability and poverty. And we know the number one driver of crime is what? Poverty, right? And then you had to flee because you were no longer safe. And now he's brainwashed you into thinking that this is your fault. Like, you can't win. Like, the mindset of older Hispanic men is because my dad is one of them. It's fascinating. Like, if we just play along, but I think it comes from being so close to the generations. Like, my dad is indigenous Mexican, where like the experience with racism and the horrors that they saw is like, they just want to believe like, oh, we're not going back there. Yeah, it's not going to protect any of them. But anyways, I just thought this was an interesting article to go through. We don't have to go through the rest of this. This is just immigration lawyers. There's a lot of people here saying, hey, he gave you this. This is our gift to you, our vote, he said. And then you do all of this stuff. That's what the Venezuelan, like, this is an immigration lawyer talking about the sentiment of the Venezuelan community around Doral, Trump's golf course, which is like hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans who helped him win Florida. There's a lot of people here saying, hey, we gave you this. This is our gift to you, our vote, he said. And then you do all this stuff. Yeah. Yes, this is who Trump is. I'm trying to feel sorry for them. It's really hard. I can't do it. But I do think it's time.
I never thought the leopards would eat my face. No, I never thought the leopards would eat my face. Well, I turned my back on my own kind, but I somehow thought that I'd be fine. No, I never thought the leopards would eat my face. Slow it down now.
I just can't. I just am going to keep playing that because it's mind-boggling to me. You guys had history in South America. I lived in South America. You know what America did to your countries. Like, you guys all know. Now all of a sudden you're like, it's not happening. If we just pretend to, it's not happening, it won't happen. It's happening. Stop pretending. But I guess we shall see in the midterms, right? That's what really matters. Turn out to vote. If you don't like what's happening, help us take back Congress, get enough Republicans out or people with spines who will oppose Trump. I mean, that's pretty much our only hope in the short term. Oh, crap. Sorry, I had to restart it.
Among the MAGAs, a lack of education is common, leading to a limited understanding of the world around them. This undereducation fuels their reliance on misinformation and conspiracy theories as they struggle to differentiate fact from fiction in their environment.
Hey, that might be my new favorite clip. But we should have a nature show where we just follow them around saying things like this. They have no idea. They can't distinguish truth from reality. Let's get to 200K. It's almost 2 p.m. We should be at 200K. We can do it. Sorry, I'm having trouble keeping up and monitoring everything today. Oh, Nancy, thank you so much for the $10. She said, thank you for your hard work. I appreciate it so much. If you want to support me today, the best way is probably through Cash App and Venmo. I think that will be the easiest way for me to see it because I'm not feeling so good. But anyways, and again, this is MAGA, right? They're having trouble distinguishing what's real, what's not. And Trump is, this is an opinion piece. The Wall Street Journal, actually, Rupert Murdoch, who was at the Super Bowl last night, is calling out Trump over and over. Trump is right on H-1B visas, and Trump is reposting this. Trump wants the only brown people Trump wants in this country, he wants them as indentured servants that he can keep an eye on. If they don't work as hard as they're supposed to, he can immediately deport them. If their corporate overlords don't want them anymore. I mean, that's capitalism at its finest. Sell your life force to a corporation for the right to go to the doctor and to survive. This is what Trump wants. And MAGA doesn't even have the guts to point out that it's wrong. You mean like the Dems want immigrants to pick crops? You must be joking. You must be joking. You must understand that pathways to legal citizenship and to work visas are... Sorry, this is someone saying something unbelievably ignorant in the chat. You do understand that pathways to citizenship and work visas for people... My father used to pick produce in the fields. Like, he was on the circuit from Arizona to California. So for you to imply that is a delusional understanding. I would suggest to look at bills that have been proposed in different legislation and look how the votes go. If you believe that it is... I think you're saying the left, right? That keeps workers undocumented, that's just your own ignorance. That's a progressive issue. We constantly try to get work visas and recognition for workers in the fields, and somebody constantly opposes that. That would be the conservatives. That's you. But I guess you have no idea what's going on in the world. So you just joined and saw a woman and thought you were going to say something smart. How embarrassing for you. I'm really getting tired of people that have no idea what they're talking about saying words. And this is I posted something from Blue Sky when I was on Blue Sky. At least 12 trillion from global oligarchs. So imagine, MAG is Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, who's on the most government welfare, the biggest welfare queen in America, who's got all of his corporations have been built off government contracts. He's going to get rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse. We didn't elect him. He's doing this unlawfully. Meanwhile, at least 12 trillion from global oligarchs is hidden offshore and secret tax havens worldwide. And it is headquartered right here in the USA. Instead of cutting life-saving programs like the VA, Medicaid, and food stamps, we should be cracking down on tax havens for the ultra-rich, right? Again, follow the real money. Brown and black people, immigrants in the field, they don't have your money. Okay? We all know where the money is. And you, MAGA, have voted for these people to grow the swamp, to let them take over the government. And what little we had, middle and lower class America, and systems we had to help sustain ourselves, get ourselves health care, to have a social safety net, you've now given them the keys to, so they can steal that from us too, while they continue amassing wealth, untaxable wealth, passing from generation to generation and storing it in tax havens. Oh, and I think Mike Levin. I was going to say, is it Mike Levin or Mike Levine? I'm not sure which one, but he's from California, Southern California. I love this guy. I was listening to him on the House floor, and I thought you guys would love to hear this.
Mr. Speaker, in a few short weeks, President Trump has unleashed the beginnings of a constitutional crisis. He's gutting the federal government and trying to usurp Congress's constitutional authority of the power of the purse. President Trump is flouting the law, and he's deputized the unelected billionaire-in-chief, Elon Musk, who is accountable to no one. They are dismantling federal agencies and are attempting to freeze federal funds already allocated by Congress. Elon Musk, and apparently many of my colleagues may not know this, but Let me be clear. Only Congress, the elected representatives of the American people, can authorize programs or appropriate funds. Everything that is happening is leading to one thing: the great billionaire takeover of our government to line the pockets of the very few. This is not normal. This is not efficiency, and we cannot let this happen. My grandfather didn't fight in World War II against fascism to see our country overrun by autocracy. And I will honor his legacy every day by fighting to defend our Constitution. I implore my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do the same. America is worth the fight. I yield.
It's There's no E on the end. Vizhnya. I like your name. I always think I'm going to pronounce it wrong, but I'm just going to try to say it. It's Levin, but yeah, his name's Michael Levin. He's from Southern California. It's right here in the corner too. I can't see which congressional district though. So, but yeah, he's great. What I feel like I needed to. Oh yeah, I wanted to say I didn't see the super chat earlier. Don't forget YouTube surveys. Yes, please do take YouTube surveys. Thank you, Lehua. I appreciate you so much and all your support. You are amazing. Okay, and I don't know how. There's been a lot of to do. This is a ProPublica article. This is just saying if you ever want to do more research, ProPublica is an amazing publication. They've won Pulitzer Prizes. A lot of them are former Pulitzer Prize winning journalists that have come from the New York Times. If you're wondering why they are so good at what they're doing, these are seasoned, amazing journalists, and they. As have the Washington Post has done a great job too of finding, right, like who is working on this DOGE committee and naming them and calling them out. And now, I don't know if you guys have seen, Trump is getting like federal prosecutors involved. Like I don't know what they're going to say, like that they've been doxxed. If you guys aren't doing anything wrong, you guys are unelected people rummaging around in systems that federal judges are saying you have no business in, right? So you shouldn't mind if people just say who you are. Like, what's the big deal? I'm just saying this is a ProPublica article. They're going to keep updating it, like if you want to know. And the Washington Post has a running list too of who these people are. But he co-authored a detailed legal analysis on administrative law jurisprudence at the Supreme Court. Last year, he was selected to be a clerkship. This is a former clerk for Gorsuch. This is who's working for Elon Musk at DOGE. Jacob Altic, a former clerk for Gorsuch. One of Trump's go-to, always will vote with him on the Supreme Court. Anthony Armstrong, this is someone worked on Musk's purchase of Twitter, right? I mean, if you really dig into who these people are, it's quite disturbing. This is another Elon Musk sycophant. He's the former engineer at Tesla, executive at the Boring Company. You know, Trump is digging holes underneath cities. Many people say he's doing it incorrectly. He was supposed to build high-speed trains. We don't know if that's ever going to happen. But yeah, I just wanted to point out that Vice President of People Operations at SpaceX is now a top DOGE lieutenant. Office of Personnel Management. James Burnham is another one. This is a former litigation partner. I think, yeah, this is another Supreme Court clerk of Neil Gorsuch. I don't know why these people don't want anyone to know they are. Kavanaugh has expressed admiration for tech luminaries, including Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and Mark Zuckerberg, and said he is very interested in crypto. Some of these kids are children, by the way. I mean, this guy's 28. Here's this one. This is the one they call Big Balls. Have you guys heard about this guy? This is a 19-year-old child who basically was working for a company and then allegedly stole their proprietary information and distributed it, which is a big no-no in the tech. If you've ever worked in tech, that I don't know how. Right. I mean, this friends of Musk was one of Coruscant's idols, and that while he finished the fall 2024 semester, he did not return for the spring term. He's been seeking access to the Small Business Administration's internal records on behalf of DOGE. Like, this is These kids are out of their minds. This is the CEO of the Boring Company. Oh yeah, you can look up a lot about Steve Davis. Super disturbing. This is the one. This is the one that resigned and now still works there for racism, right? Like all of these horrific things this man said about Indians came out, and he resigned, and then JD Vance himself and Trump were like, oh, this guy should keep his racism is no longer a reason. That doesn't create a hostile work environment. Let's let him back in. He is back working at Doge. This happened last week while I was sick. Like, this guy is working there again. But yeah, like, look at this 23-year-old former SpaceX intern. This is Stephanie Holmes. She used to work for Sam Altman at OpenAI. Like, these people, I just advise people to look into who these people are, because they're all young and idiotic. A lot of them, some of them used to work for Scary, who's now in charge of the Office of Budget and Management, Russell Vogt. But I'm just saying, like, they've been published, so not like I'm doxing anyone. I'm just reading articles that are available to anyone. Tom Krause, this is the man they replaced when that Treasury person was like, you have no legal authority to have access to that Treasury payment system, and he resigned over it. This is who they've installed in his place. Yeah, so I just thought, no, always interesting to speak truth to power. But yeah, these are the ones that ProPublica have identified. You can go through them yourself if you want. And they're going to keep updating and identifying, like, once they're confirmed. And again, I just thought this is a separate ProPublica article just focusing on the ones who were Supreme Court clerks, right? So just understand, like, what they're trying to do is use, like, Alito, Clarence Thomas, and Gorsuch and their wacko legal theories and, like, you know, like their fringe legal theories, essentially. And these are people that formerly clerked for them, and I don't know if they're in contact or not, but yeah, that, like, this is what is going on. These are former Supreme Court clerks. These aren't just 19-year-old hacks that are working at Doge. Yeah, which I told you about. James Burnham is one. He's the one. He clerked for Gorsuch in 2020. This is just still him. Then Keenan Kemiak or whatever. He's another one. I think who did he clerk for? Or he clerked for Alito. And then there's one more. Yeah, the Jacob Altic one I was showing you guys. The one that went to University of Michigan Law School. Another Gorsuch clerk. Yeah, let's not pay our taxes and see what happens. But I did find a pretty good clip, like, from CNN talking about some of these people. So I think this is a good way to, rather than just reading them all boringly, to go through it. Thank you guys so much. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 200K as fast as possible. In fact, let's get to 250K.
Here we have Luke Ferreter, who is winning the first Letters Prize on behalf of the Vesuvius Challenge.
Indeed, thank you. Luke Ferreter was the first person to decipher a word from an ancient scroll that had been buried in volcanic mud for centuries.
But for the first part of the challenge through July, I was interning at SpaceX and just kind of doing this in the evenings and weekends. It's the word Proforas.
He went on to win the grand prize in a global competition, a 22-year-old undergrad at the time.
My friends were there. I was cheering, jumping up and down, screaming, crying, all the stuff. I run most of the things from my laptop. It's just a normal MacBook, don't worry. But then I've just got like 5 surplus computers in here. This is what I do most of my work from.
What he does now is work for DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, headed up by Elon Musk. Yes! Who's brought in a group of gifted young engineers, some in their early 20s with no prior government experience. Their current job assignments, unclear. But it is clear they're part of the Trump administration's plan to slash government agencies. Democratic senators sent a letter to the White House describing how DOGE staff has seemingly unfettered access to classified materials and Americans' personal information. In federal court, government lawyers said Marco Ellis had read-only access to a highly sensitive payment system at the Treasury Department. Ignition, liftoff. Ellis, who previously worked at SpaceX, has been the center of attention. His DOGE position was terminated after the Wall Street Journal uncovered racist and eugenic posts on an account linked to him. But then Elon Musk,
To be clear, I'm not humanizing these people. These are children who have horrific views. If you're chosen by Elon Musk to do something that's going to be this harmful, you probably, have to have qualifications to do it. This shouldn't humanize these people. It's actually the complete opposite.
Vice President and Trump himself weighed in.
The vice president says, bring him back. What do you say?
Well, I don't know about the particular thing, but if the vice president said that, did you say that? I'm with the vice president.
Another DOGE worker, Edward Korstein, who called himself Big Balls on social media, was fired from an internship with a data security firm called Path Network in 2022, accused of leaking information to a competitor. A spokesperson telling CNN his contract was terminated after the conclusion of an internal investigation into the leaking of proprietary company information that coincided with his tenure.
That is the absolute kiss of D in the tech industry. I don't know what you can do. Jamie said, please play the Leopard. Thank you for the $15, Jamie. She said, please play the Leopard song one more time. Thanks for your TikTok lives. Hope you feel better soon. And I will, believe me, I will play it soon. Chris, thank you for the $20. Thank you I appreciate it. Thank you for great content. Thank you. But yeah, I'm not trying to necessarily humanize these people, but these are 19, these two we're talking about, Mark Ellis or whatever. I think he's 25. This kid is 19. If you're stealing proprietary information from a tech company, that's, not good.
The injection of unconventional outsiders is alarming some federal employees. This man, who spoke at a Virginia congressman's town hall this week, didn't identify himself out of fear of retaliation.
We had Elon Musk in our building, and after he visited the building, he called for a 50% cut of the entire agency. My colleagues are getting 15-minute one-on-one check-ins with 19, 20, and 21-year-old college graduates asking to justify their existence.
Most of the hires are connected to Elon Musk's companies, like Ethan Chautran.
This is a really exciting time for young folks, for old folks, for everyone.
He was a runner-up in a hackathon contest put on by XAI, an artificial intelligence company Musk founded. Chautran spoke in 2023 about how AI will change the future.
Really, for the first time in modern history, it's not the physical laborers, the farmers, the factory workers who are being displaced, but it's the white-collar workers, the knowledge.
He's cheering on replacing scientists or whatever, with AI essentially, which, that's not really a thing, but that's essentially what he's saying. But I just want to show you the brainwashed children that Elon Musk has interviewing all sorts of federal employees who are experts at their jobs, dehumanizing them and acting like they have no business doing their jobs. When we know what the goal is, right? This is not about government waste. Stop thinking this is about government waste. If it was about government waste, right, we would stop letting Elon Musk do faulty rocket launches and wasting our tax dollars. We funded all of his companies, right? I was just reading an article about how much more likely Cybertrucks, oh my God, I should look this up. The previous car that would blow up the most was the Ford Pinto. Do you know the Cybertruck is 17 times or something more likely to set on fire? It's the most dangerous thing of all time. And we're talking about cutting government waste, but I bet he'll get to keep his government welfare. Elon Musk will. And we didn't elect him to do any of this. The richest man in the world, who is still, you tell me what is more waste. Who doesn't need any of our tax dollars? Would the richest man in the world need our tax dollars? Or do you think at this point we've given him a good start and he's good from here? If anyone doesn't need government welfare, I think we could all agree on who it is. It's delusional. I just want to say, by the way, all of these outlines are in the Discord in the live sources section. If you want access to them, just in my link tree, there's a forever link to join the Discord. There might be one in this live. I don't have this live open. I mean, it's connected. I need to figure out how all that works. I connected my regular profile to Discord too, so I'll figure it out. But I just did it this morning. But yeah, if you want, in my link tree, in any of my bios, on Twitch, on YouTube, on TikTok, X, wherever, you can find my link in my bios and join the Discord, because we're going to be doing more and more in the Discord as we go. Sarita, thank you so much. Maui girl, thank you for helping to protect our democracy. Thank you. Yeah, someone's got to call out all this nonsense. But this is the beauty, right? So here comes Letitia James, actual lawyer extraordinaire who's like 3-0 versus Donald Trump. And she, on Friday, they announced, I think it ended up like at first it was 11 attorney generals. I think it ended up being like 18 attorney generals, it seems like, who are pretty much in lockstep from blue states, who, when Trump is trying to do this stuff that is blatantly illegal, they're going to go to the federal courts to try and overturn it. So, she announces that they're going to essentially file a lawsuit, I think Friday morning, or late, or, Friday morning, West Coast time, probably afternoon, East Coast time.
Elon Musk and his so-called Department of Government Efficiency have accessed the personal private information of tens of millions of Americans and sensitive data about public and private entities, social security numbers, addresses, tax returns, and more. This unelected group, led by the world's richest man, is not authorized to have this information, and they explicitly sought this unauthorized access to illegally block payments that millions of Americans rely on. Payments for health care, child care, and other essential programs. Today, Democratic attorneys general are taking action to keep Americans' personal data secure, to keep sensitive information.
Understand the basis for this lawsuit, and pretty much for every other lawsuit. An unelected bureaucrat who none of us consented to having access to all of our personal information. How you can join class action lawsuits when Wells Fargo has a data breach and your information is revealed? This is the biggest data breach in history. None of us consented to what has been done to us.
Information about Americans' private, and to uphold our Constitution. We have filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration for giving unauthorized individuals access to these immensely sensitive records in violation of the law. President Trump does not have the power to give our private information away to whomever he wants. And he does not have the power to cut federal spending that Congress approved, much less to do so by giving the richest man in the world the keys to all Americans' most sensitive information. As Democratic attorneys general, we are suing to stop this unprecedented and unauthorized attack and to protect your personal information. As I've said before, no one is above the law, and I will not hesitate to uphold the rule of law and protect New Yorkers.
You're welcome, people. Whenever here comes a black woman to save America again, just noting, here comes a black woman doing the thankless work while having her life threatened over and over and over. Just everyone say thanks, Letitia James, for doing what none of us really have the guts to do. And then I just want to show you. So she puts out this video. The lawsuit is filed. I mean, good results came from it. But this is Elon Musk's response. This is the narrative. I just want you to know their narrative is, and it's going from the dumbest MAGA podcaster to the dumb MAGA people in Congress to, whoever. This is the narrative. if anyone opposes, right, having an unelected rando try to take over the government, they say they just want waste, fraud, and abuse to continue, right? She just wants the fraud and waste to continue. No, if we're starting with cutting the billions of dollars we give to your companies, Elon, then I'm here. I want an unbiased third party to determine what waste, fraud, and abuse is. You guys are saying it's poor people or it's kids who need school lunches, or it's preschoolers who need Head Start, when we know that children who are given access to preschools end up much farther in life. Like you're saying it's poor people. I think that it's the government contracts we're continually awarding to rich people. And nobody elected you to do any of this.
After this expires at midnight on Monday, this offer for 8 months of paid vacation at the end of their term, will it go to layoffs if people refuse to come back to the office? What comes next?
Well, of course, if people refuse to come back to the office, they're going to be laid off. I mean, why would federal taxpayers be subsidizing Netflix watching at home for so-called federal workers? In other words, how can you call yourself a federal worker if you never show up at the office? We have these giant cavernous office buildings in Washington, D.C., carved out of marble, stone, and granite in the Greek classical style, some of the most gorgeous buildings on earth. The taxpayers fund it, they pay for, they upkeep, they provide electricity to, and no one's showing up. And what are they doing at home? Watching their favorite streaming shows?
Oh, sorry. I just got a violation. I don't know for what. This is probably just the new thing that will be going on TikTok. So that's why I said. But I wanted to play this because, I'm trying to think of where. Oh, yeah. I know where I'm going with this. I just wanted to again point out, because this is how they're trying to push people out of the federal workforce. You had to accept that buyout, which, by the way, a judge paused and was like, you can't do this, right? Like all of these lawsuits that are being filed by federal labor unions, like judges are holding up in federal court. So really, I think that whole thing is paused as far as like forcing federal workers out technically. But I just want to say, when he's saying, why are we paying people to watch Netflix? I have no idea what this man is talking about. I have gone over, they have our tax dollars. Just so you guys know, we've paid for at least like 5 or 6 congressional hearings on Telework. And the same numbers always come out, is that we get the widest talent pool, the most productivity, the most cost savings when we use Telework. And I've showed you, I did this statistical analysis of federal telework programs across multiple agencies reveals significant benefits in 3 key areas: productivity, cost savings, and employee satisfaction. Every single thing that they're saying, it's just an excuse to fire people that aren't loyal to Donald Trump. Telework is 100% beneficial. We will get the most out of our tax dollars if we allow telework in the federal workforce. It's if you can do research. This is just the methodology. I think I've showed you guys this, or a version of it before, but here's the actual productivity metrics. Average productivity increase 3 to 7% across federal agencies implementing telework. Sick leave usage decreased by 31% among teleworking employees. Unscheduled absences reduced by 24% in agencies with robust telework programs. This is the biggest lie that we're being fed by DOGE, that telework is not in some way beneficial to the American taxpayer. It absolutely is. Cost savings, real estate cost reduction, 1.9 billion annual savings across federal agencies. Average savings per teleworking employee, $11,000 annually we save. Transit subsidy savings, $289 million government-wide. Utility cost reduction in federal buildings, 23% average decrease. So anytime you start hearing these lunatics say, oh, people are doing nothing at home, well, that's not what data says. In fact, data says we're saving money. Data says we have a wider talent pool. Data says we have more productivity. when people are allowed to do telework.
More sophisticated now.
So, yeah, you can continue lying, but that's not what the data says. Environmental impact, carbon emissions reduction, 2.4 million metric tons annually, commuting miles saved, 12 billion annually, paper usage reduction, 40% decrease across agencies, all great for our tax dollars. Right. And if you know anything about business, if you've ever ran a business or had an employee, the hardest thing is employee retention, like the cost of our tax dollars. When people come, they hate it and they quit. That the cost of retraining, rehiring, right? Employee satisfaction and retention. Job satisfaction increases. 72% of teleworking employees report higher. 72% of teleworking employees report higher satisfaction. Retention improvement. 15% reduction in turnover rates. Work-life balance rating increase. 87% positive response rate. Recruitment advantage. 68% of new hires cite telework as a deciding factor. So what Trump wants is to narrow it down to a small pool of people who just agree with him and are unqualified. You know, mediocre white men sitting in a circle being like, oh, these are just the statistical analysis. If you're interested, if this is a real statistical analysis study, it is. These are the actual limitations and considerations. Yeah, but telework, these are my references for the statistical analysis. The telework absolutely is beneficial to us in every way. Yeah, they just want to force people out. So I just thought we should be clear when every time I have to hear them say, oh, people are at home doing nothing. Well, too bad data says that's not true. And if you've ever done telework, you know, there are apps now. There are things installed on people's computers. Like, you know exactly what employees are doing at home. Like, this is just some delusional narrative that's just like, hey, we have a lot of people we want to fire who won't go along with us when we try to do illegal things, and we're trying to weed them out. Yeah, they track your every move when you're working like that. I actually prefer almost to be in the office when I did it. Federal judge, I agree with whoever said that. LJ. Yeah. Federal judge blocks Elon Musk's Doge access to critical treasury payment system. So Letitia James and like 18 attorneys generals sued. And by Friday or Saturday, I believe. Yeah, Saturday was when it first came out. Saturday, a federal judge said that Elon Musk needed to give up access to the treasury payment system. And not just give up access, to be clear. Oh, I know. That is the question. Enforced how, right? How do you do that? Because you heard them being like, oh, we're not in the system, or it's read only. And you'll hear people saying like, you need to destroy all copies. Yeah, like there's no world in which I will believe that whole system has not been compromised. Yeah, no. But the judge's order issued early Saturday temporarily halts access to a sensitive payment system that distributes Americans' tax returns, Social Security benefits, disability payments, and federal employees' salaries. This is private information none of us have consented to a random wacko having access to, or band of wackos. And now this judge is being harassed within an inch of his life by MAGA. His name's Engelmeyer. U.S. District Judge Paul Engelmeyer ordered the destruction. And that's the point. So any downloaded information, any copies, any whatever is supposed to be destroyed. But who's going to make sure that happens? Absolutely no one. The risk that the new policy presents of the disclosure of sensitive and confidential information, and the heightened risk that the systems in question will be more vulnerable than before to hacking. Imagine the data that has already leaked. Every personal thing about you. This metadata can be used to manipulate you, control you, influence your buying decisions. I mean, all sorts of things. Like, so, yeah. I mean, the White House called Saturday's order judicial overreach. They are going crazy. Quote, grandstanding government efficiency speaks volumes about those who'd rather delay much needed change. Remember, that is the narrative you'll hear over and over. Oh, they don't want to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. Trump, no president wasted more money than Donald Trump. No president added more to the deficit than Donald Trump. No president has let in more people wasting more money. He's growing the swamp while we all watch. Like, don't talk to me about waste, fraud, and abuse. But go Letitia James. Like, I mean, this is what the only way we can track these people down is in the courts. And then obviously I wasn't here last week, but in separate court decisions involving USAID or USAID, however you want to call it, another federal judge ordered the Trump administration to halt its plans to put at least 2,200 employees at the agency on administrative leave. But you could say these judges' orders have happened, but there are, if you're seeing reports constantly that the money is not going where it's supposed to. People are being told not to come into work, right? Like this is happening across government agencies. One of the most concerning things to me, and we'll get to it, but Trump was saying he's going to do this to the Department of Education. I mean, yesterday he was implying that what he has done to USAID, he's going to do today to the U.S. Department of Education. So that's children who, are on IEPs, who need funding for disabilities. That's all sorts of things. The postal workers in California. Yeah, I know they're trying to fire postal workers. I know. So my point is judges, they're going through courts as fast as they can to get injunctions. But does it seem to me or anyone else that these injunctions are being abided by? No, it does not. Oh, and that reminds me, I saw this really good. Well, let me see what's next here. Yeah. They're not taking this seriously at all. I think that's the most important thing to know. They don't care, right? Like Trump is preventing firefighters from being onboarded ahead of wildfire season. I don't know if you guys saw it. You remember when he did that whole stunt? There was like maintenance for 3 days and he said the military came in and opened the valves. Trump wasted millions of gallons of water that was meant to be saved for Central Valley farmers in California. He almost flooded places just to say that he had done something. There's not going to be water in Central Valley because Trump just needs to do things that make no sense. And again, this is just another example. Like you can, federal judges are saying to halt what's going on, but I don't believe necessarily anything is changing, right? The funding isn't getting where it's going. People are being fired or told not to come to work. Websites are disappearing in the middle of the night. This is the reality of what is going on. And there's a big difference between identifying waste, fraud, and abuse and just dismantling, just shutting down the government. And I think I've said this, but I just want to make sure because I do feel very sick. So I'm not sure what I've said or what I said or did not say at this point. But the point is, right, is to completely dismantle the federal government. And if you want anything, you come through the dictator, right? That is what is going on, right? I'm going to shut off anyone's access to $6 trillion plus more, right? In the long run, this is a long slog that's going to be about much more than just $6 trillion. And if someone wants something, if your state burns down, I'm going to leverage you, right? We see it with California. Oh, you put voter ID laws in place, I might give you some FEMA money, right? That's the point, is to cripple the system entirely. So one person and one scary group of people controls all the funding. You need a favor from me? I'm the Queen's mob boss. What are you going to give me first, right? Oh, hey, Sudan, did you want this foreign aid we promised you? Like, can American corporations move in and steal all the minerals from underneath your feet? Right? I mean, that's what he's saying to Ukraine. Oh, Ukraine, you need this aid? Hey, you're mineral rich. What are you going to give us in return? This is about consolidating all of the power, all of the access to capital through one orange wacko. And then saying, hey, if any of you want something, come see me about it and we'll see what you owe me first. Great job, MAGA. You guys really, really, truly, you really think things through. And this was a late Friday article from ProPublica. So I just want to whistleblowers are continually coming out with more information. This is not the treasury payment system that Elon Musk was blocked from. They're saying they're trying to break into another one today. This article came out on Friday, late Friday afternoon, and that's what this article is talking about, is Doge's plans to break into another treasury payment system today and this week. It tracks the flow of money across the government, right? It's called the Central Accounting Reporting System. What could go wrong there? But I just thought we should call. And again, these are ProPublica articles because, like, I love ProPublica. I love what they're doing. And if you're interested in the legalities of how, like, the law is being broken, you can screenshot this article. This is another good one, but it is just more of the same BS. There's way more people to cause trouble than Trump and Elon. Yeah. Oh, well. I mean, people that work for them. But that's the ultimate goal, right? Like, if you've read Project 2025, which this is what you are seeing is the blueprint of Project 2025. Nobody thought he was going to do it in full force, but that's what this is. This was all pre-written. It is a blueprint to consolidate power in the executive branch, to bring about an authoritarian dictatorship. That's what it is. The point is that all things, and actually, let me show you this because I actually just saw this. It's not like it's from like a independent journalist, but it's been turned into a meme. And I screenshotted it right before this live because I was like, oh, that's a great example of what it is. And it's a independent journalist, like, noticing essentially like the themes in court documents in all of these lawsuits that are popping up. Fascinating stuff. While Trump and his henchmen deconstruct the administrative state, his lawyers are embracing the logic of dictatorship. This is Project 2025 blueprint logic. The core argument emerging in their legal filings and executive orders, one without support anywhere in the Constitution or the law, is that simply by being elected, Trump has the power to do whatever he wants. Yeah, that's the definition of fascism. That's the definition of authoritarian. That's the definition of dictatorship. It's the definition of totalitarianism. This is the argument, which has no basis in legal precedent. And we have minimum of 3 justices, Gorsuch, Alito, and Clarence Gross Thomas, backing him up all the time. There's no legal precedent for this. You can't decide. Congress, all of this money they're stealing or holding up won't give. It has been appropriated by the co-equal branch of government who's responsible for appropriating it. But yeah, this is what is happening in real time. And just know, it is Project 2025. If you ever read 10 pages of it, you will recognize exactly what's happening. Keep tapping the screen. Are we at 200K? Where are we today? Oh, 226. We're almost at 250. You guys are doing a great job. We just need to be at 300K by 3 p.m. I so appreciate all your support. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. Okay, yeah. I do think it's worth it. We don't need to go through this. If you want to screenshot some of it, you can, but you know me. And like, if you want to screenshot this article, if you're interested in what's happening to USAID and you want to see like how it kind of, in visuals, I'm a visual learner oftentimes. So the Washington Post made this like interesting, these different graphs of aid. But the point, we're talking about 68 billion. Right? USAID, we've allocated 68 billion to foreign aid. And think of it as the nice way to win friends and influence people, right? We give money to places and it's hard for them to go against us or to get in bed with China, get in bed with Russia, get in bed with our adversaries when we're helping them, right? It's the stick or the carrot. And a lot of the times it's the stick, but the USAID, it's the carrot. It's the benefit of having some faith in the United States. And sometimes we will come through to you. Thank you so much. This is just, if you want to look at foreign aid by region, like where it goes to, the majority of it is going to Africa pretty much, and Ukraine. And then this is just the global food and health aid. I mean, this is where it's going to. 23.7 billion of the 68 is for health, right? Which disease, we can fight health issues, we can fight we can fight it on our soil, or we can fight it elsewhere, and we use foreign aid to make friends. So this is, and global security, again, the global security budget is part of USAID too. Stabilization of operations and security reforms, conflict mitigation, combating weapons of mass destruction, peace and security, right? All of this is included, and 3.3 billion to Israel. Something tells me Israel will still get their money. It's like, why don't we start with not giving Israel their money unless they get it together and have elections? Governance funds, macro, right? So civil society, social governments, rule of law, and human rights. And you'll see, I don't suggest anyone look at Elon Musk's X page for their mental health. But if you want to see, 24 hours a day, Elon Musk has like 215 million followers, and he's just spreading misinformation and disinformation and just being like, look at all this waste and fraud and abuse. Like, let me just spread more misinformation and more things that can be easily fact checked. Like, I don't know how you combat that level of misinformation being spread. This is the terrifying man in charge, right? I used to think Leonard Leo was the scariest Republican. I no longer think that. I definitely believe it's Russ Vought, right? Self-proclaimed Christian nationalist. If you're from Oklahoma or anywhere around Oklahoma, you know that wacko guy, the superintendent of public schools, Ryan J. Walters or whatever. His PR agent is Russ Vought's wife. She runs a Christian nationalist PR firm. All of these people are connected in some way, if you really dig into it. This is the scariest man in the U.S. government. And the Senate confirmed him. And I loved this. Like, in response to that post, when he got confirmed, I think, whenever it was, like late Friday night or something. Sorry, I've been so sick. Whenever he was confirmed, someone responded and was like, thinking about this. Folks, this is from a leftist. And I remember, like, the amount of, I just can't deal with people on the left sometimes. Like, the enemy within the enemy is here to hinder us in every way. Literally, this person said, "Don't boo, revolt." If you know where that comes from, Obama used to say, "Don't boo, vote," right? Like, anytime he'd be giving campaign speeches, if you've ever had the pleasure of witnessing it, he says, "Don't boo, vote," right? So this person's name, this is a leftist whose name's like, "Don't boo, revolt." Folks, the Project 2025 stuff is getting a little embarrassing. This is last March, leading into the presidential election. It's getting a little embarrassing now. I'm sorry. Let's think about it. A secret plan among Republicans that no one acknowledges is real, including the people we must reelect to protect us from it. It's a little QAnon-y at this point, primarily about defending Biden's nonsensical renomination. This is the problem with the left. People who think they're smart but can't see the forest for the trees. Like this, yeah. So, where's this person? I would love to interview this person. I have a list of leftist creators on TikTok who I had to listen to for 6 months, be like, I'm not voting for Biden. Then it was, I'm not voting for Kamala. Then it was like, Project 2025 is not real. And these same creators, I have an app in my notes on my iPhone of all their names that I had of whenever I was forced to scroll lives, heard these people actively working against us, like, are now still all doing lives. Like, they never said any of that. Like, I'm still waiting for some people to have the guts to explain what they thought they were doing. It just turns out we were all exactly right, while being gaslit by people who think they know what they're talking about. And this is the reality of Russell Vought, right? This is a New York Times article that just came out 36 hours after Russell Vought took over the Consumer Bureau, he shuts its operations. Right? This is why I'm saying this man is terrifying. He's the most dangerous man in the Jeff saying not voting has and had consequences. Absolutely it did. How many times? Everybody knows people like, I'm in a blue state, I don't need to vote, I'm not going to protest. Look what's happening to the Palestinians now. They're going to be Nakbud. Yeah, you should have voted for Kamala. You should have screamed from the hilltops for people to vote for Kamala instead of sitting around on your throne of privilege in a blue state being like, I don't need to vote. Look at where we are now. Things are going great. We have a super majority because no one needed to vote. Like, that's the reality of when you spread the lies of, oh, it'll be fine, I don't need to vote. Everyone needs to vote. And so I'm talking about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. We're on the same line of logic, but pivoting a little. You know, the people that protect us from predatory lending and banks and Wall Street and all of this, gone. Website gone. And this is happening in real time. I was seeing updates before I started the live that, like they're receiving, like much like people have been saying in the comments about different agencies. I saw people were saying about like California postal workers, similar, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau I was seeing online were getting, whistleblowers were showing similar emails that it's basically like, don't come into work. The website is gone. Like, whatever. Like, this is the reality. The agency has been one of Wall Street's most feared regulators. Do you hear that, MAGA? You guys are draining the swamp. Keep up the good job. Some of the only people, our only checks and balances against the actual swamp, the Wall Street swamp, private equity swamp, hedge fund swamp, they're gone because you guys can't read or think. Sorry. I'm sick. Don't judge me. I'm sick. But it is like, you can't write this stuff. Mehdi Hassan and look, Elon Musk tweets this, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, RIP. And Mehdi Hassan said, nothing to see here. Just the world's richest man and donor to Donald Trump bragging about the killing off of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the party of the little guy against the elites. Elon Musk doing the backstroke in the swamp MAGA created. You guys are fools. Let's just say it. Like, anytime we will consider accepting your apologies, we really will probably not accept them. I do think I need to play for somebody that video really quick, because I promise I'm going to add it to my audio mixer so I don't have to go find it. But I do think it's time because I'm feeling a little frustrated and I need to chug some water and cough really quick. So it's time for another rousing rendition of I Didn't Know the Leopard Was Gonna Eat My Face.
I never thought the leopards would eat my face. No, I never thought the leopards would eat my face. Well, I turned my back on my own kind, but I somehow thought that I'd be fine. No, I never thought the leopards would eat my face. Slow it down now. I never thought the leopards would eat my face. No, I never thought the leopards would eat my face. Well, I turned my back on my own kind, but I somehow thought that I'd be fine. No, I never thought the leopards would eat my
God, how many more times can we listen to that? Like, I really think it's not going to get old. It's not going to get old. I'm not feeling that it is, because I get annoyed by things easily, and that I don't see that one getting old forever. For any time I think I'm going to start bringing that, like if I debate with Pickles and like whenever it's one of them starts saying something dumb, I'm just going to start playing it because truly, it's shocking. It's shocking to watch MAGA. Okay, here we are. I just want to make sure I don't miss the stuff with Mehdi Hassan. Okay. So again, he's talking about Trump's bragging about killing off, and this is all happening in real time. Like this was happening yesterday. I saw things like similar to most federal workers saying like I was told not to come to work. I don't have a job. Like the website's gone. All of that is happening, right? Oh wait, and again, this is the original post, which I'm sure we've all seen, of Trump's constant anti-Middle East sentiment. And this is what, like, that woman who's singing that clip, that song I keep playing, this is what she's talking about, right? I was always talking about Muslims for Trump. Muslims for Trump is a group out of Pennsylvania, like one of the PACs that was started to, because they thought Biden was abusing Palestinians and things were going to be much better under Donald Trump. Well, it only took that group like a couple weeks after the election to be like, oh no, what have we done? This is terrible. But this is a different group, right? This is a pro-Trump Arab American group. It was Arabs for Trump. I'm sorry. I can't even say it with a straight face. If that's what the name of the group was. But they had to change their name because Trump has clearly abandoned them and is trying to turn, like Trump Tower Kushner land? He's trying to take the Gaza Strip, which we've all known. We've said since before last March when that leftist, I was just showing those screenshots, is like, you guys need to stop fear mongering. It's giving QAnon. Oh, I guess I was totally right. Like, and now we're trying to turn Gaza into waterfront, like Trump Tower property. And he's dead serious about it. And again, pro-Trump Arab American group changes its name after the president's Gaza Riviera comments. I'm not laughing, but I'm a little bit laughing. So again, a group that played a key role, because again, just like, I was going over the Venezuelans, right? They call it Doral, like the area surrounding Trump's golf course, the Doral golf course in Florida. That is one of the largest concentrations of Venezuelan Americans who were on temporary protected status that Trump just revoked. They're all going to be deported. They were stumping for him. Their legal family members voted for him. And this is the same thing with the Arab Americans, right? Dearborn, Michigan, if you don't know, is the largest concentration of Muslim Americans. Like, I think outside of the middle, or Muslims outside of the middle, it's one of them. Like, Dearborn, Michigan is extremely Muslim. And for the first time ever, like, it went for Trump, right? And it was PACs like Arabs for Trump, or whatever, they're Arab Americans for Trump, excuse me. A group that played a key role in Donald Trump's voter outreach to the Arab American community alongside his allies is rebranding itself after the president said the U.S. would take over the Gaza Strip. I love when they find out. Bashar Baba, chairman of the group formerly known as Arab Americans for Trump, said during a phone interview with the Associated Press on Wednesday that the group would now be called Arab Americans for Peace. Are you getting it now, brown people? Are you getting it? You're not special. Oh, you kind of are like the color of my tan line, and you thought, well, like, I'm not too dark. Maybe I look like one of them, and it'll be okay. It's not going to be okay. Literally on Trump's first day, that guy that keeps showing up at the beginning of the live and being like, oh, remember when we debated? He's Iranian. Like, sir, worry about the Muslim ban in Trump's executive order on like day 2. Worry about if you're going to be able to remain here. Like, you don't need to talk about debating me about things you don't know about. Like, you're never going to be picked. You're not one of them. I always talk, like, I have a couple friends who are leftist creators now, this is going to come as a shock, white males who talk about, they used to be in the alt-right, right? They were down the alt-right pipeline and talk about it. And like one of my closest friends that talks to me about that says like, that is the biggest misconception of, people like Nick Fuentes who have like, is part Mexican and, like they're never going to pick you. You are not one of them. There's a great, actually, I know people. Thank you for the people who have sent me some documentary recommendations. I just looked at my Discord messages. I do love a documentary recommendation. So by the way, thank you for those. And I'll hit one back at you. There's a good documentary that just came out on Max about the ABT, the Aryan Brotherhood of Texas, and like just different, like the RICO cases that took them down. Like if you don't understand that you're never going to be part of those people, like, I don't know how to help you at this point, brown people. I don't care if you just haven't been in the sun and you kind of look white. It's not going to work. So yeah, this is just another example of I didn't know the leopard was going to eat my face. And I think this has to be the biggest, like, and actually I don't want to fully blame, well, it's hard because I do want to blame them. I don't know how to say this because I do really want to blame them, but I just want to say the amount of misinformation and disinformation when you have someone like Elon Musk spreading 24 hours of like misinformation, when you have Fox News spreading misinformation, I do think it's hard to weed through like what is the truth here. And if you don't, when I was younger and I was multiracial and half my family hated me because I wasn't white enough to be white and I just wanted to fit in, it's like I would sell myself these weird narratives. So I get how you get there in your mind where you're like, hey, if we all just, just give them what they just go along with it and they'll leave us alone, or like, hey, like they're not that bad, like racism's over, let's just forget all of those weird narratives you try to sell yourself so you can still like be a part of something and you don't have to lose your family. Or, like that's how I grew up, was like with straddling two worlds and not understanding like how to fit in. And I think we're really quickly coming to the point where we're all going to have to choose a side. I wanted to make sure I didn't. For the best damn 5 hours of my day. Thank you, Scott. You're amazing. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it so much. You're awesome. If you guys want to support me, probably the best way today is through Cash App and Venmo because it's the easiest thing for me to check. And I'm kind of sick and a little bit out of it, if you can't tell. But yeah, so I just want to say the Arab Americans for Trump who have now had to change their name to Arab Americans for Peace. It's just another example of the embarrassing reality of trusting this man or trusting conservatives, right? And again, I just want to reiterate, and I think if you ever have to have these like I do as a multiracial person, and multiracial people, we're the fastest growing group in the United States. So we're here to stay. You're not going to eradicate us. But if you have to have these conversations with family members, just understand, like, it's not about what's in anyone's individual heart. It's about systemic oppression, right? It's about being able to do statistical analysis and show that different groups of people are being discriminated against in this country. And the minute that statistical analysis shows white people are being disproportionately discriminated against, wealth, equity is being taken from them, upward mobility is being taken from them, they are being disproportionately harassed by our justice system and incarcerated. When all of those things become true, I will be your biggest fighter. Fight the power. It's just understand the difference between saying I'm not a racist and talking about systemic systems that are hundreds of years old that are affecting brown and black people and other types of minority groups like the LGBTQIA, women, and things of that nature. These are two different things.
Part of this DOGE cost-cutting effort, one of the DOGE engineers was fired for some inappropriate posts. The vice president says, bring him back. What do you say?
I don't know about the particular thing, but if the vice president said that, did you say that? I'm with the vice president.
Part of this DOGE cost-cutting.
This is real. This is Friday. And we're talking about someone who said horrific things about the Indian community in America, about, like who I am, what I can't change, being multiracial, basically talking about being in a biracial relationship and how they would rather die. I mean, this is the stuff this person's saying. Still has his job, just to be clear. And the Wall Street Journal, Rupert Murdoch is the one that broke this. So for everyone being like, it's the left media. No, it was Rupert Murdoch, your lovely neighborhood owner of Fox News, that broke this story. This is just the Wall Street Journal for what it looks like on Apple News. So just to be clear. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up, because I don't know if I included the screenshot or not. The dog did it, said talking about Vance's wife and kids. So understand, JD Vance, our vice president, is married to an Indian woman. He has multiracial kids. And who was it? I think it was like Ro Khanna, I think. I want to say it was Ro Khanna, because I don't think I screenshotted it. I just saw it like right before. But I think it was possibly Ro Khanna who's like, hey, are you going to say something about this? That this isn't okay for our children, right? You are employing people who are shitting on our children. At JD Vance, you are sitting here supporting bigotry that is going to affect and dehumanize your wife and your child, basically, and aren't going to say anything. Yeah, I think it was Ro. Yeah, I think it was Ro Khanna next. And I was like, thank you. Thank you for saying that. So just know, JD Vance is literally like, oh, this man was saying horrific things about Indians and also about multiracial, relationships. And this is something, JD Vance's children are Indian. His wife is Indian. And he's like, no, we shouldn't fire this person. It's fine. It's like JD Vance gave Peter Thiel too many bags of blood. That's a joke. I don't believe that happened. I mean, you could do your own research. Oh, here, you can read some of this. You could not pay me to marry outside my ethnicity. I'm not reading the next one. I refuse. But yeah, I mean, this is Doge. These are the people Elon Musk hired to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. This is the 25-year-old kid who resigned and got his job back because being a horrific bigot is fine. At the behest of JD Vance, whose wife is Indian and his children. That's the real test of like MAGA loyalty, is you must sell out your own wife and kids. We saw Ted Cruz do. How many MAGA white men have we seen sell out their wife and kids? You know what I mean? Like, that's the real. When we come for your brown wife and kids, like, are you cool with it? Remember when he went after Eileen Chao, transportation secretary, the former Pete Buttigieg? That was Mitch McConnell's Asian wife that Trump relentlessly attacked. Like, that is the real test. When you come to your biracial relationship, your multiracial relationship, and are you cool? You cool with it? Like, yeah, they always, for some reason, white men always are. Don't marry someone who will scream and shout when you literally have to, you have someone's children, your body is ripped apart to have someone's children, and that's the things. Usha Vance, wake up. Like, you've done so much for that man, and right under the wheels of the bus alongside your children. Those wheels must be really heavy, rolling back and forth over you. Claudia said, thank you for the $10 and said, thanks for all you do. A shout out to Joanna. Joanna is literally the most amazing person. Don Evans said, wish it could be more. You're priceless. Don't make me cry. Thank you so much, Don. Barry said, for a personalized note. Thank you for the $5, Barry. You're so nice. I know. I wish she would leave him. She used to, Usha Vance, and I've said this many times, keep tapping the screen. Are we at 300K? Oh, we should be at 300K 4 minutes ago. We can do it. Tap, tap, tap. I know. ADHD makes us forget to do things. Let's keep tapping the screen. We're doing a great job. I never thought I was going to make it till 3:05. So I'm doing a good job. But yeah, Usha Vance worked for, like, lived in San Francisco for a while when I worked in the tech industry. She worked for probably the most progressive law firm in San Francisco. And when it was being clear, that they had a real run at the presidency, she resigned. Like, I would love to know, like, who the real Usha Vance is, because she's highly intelligent. She's not an idiot. Like, I would love to hear her talk more. And this is more from Mehdi's song, because I just love. He was on a tear on X this weekend. Make America racist again. They're open about it now. No more euphemisms or code words or excuses. The president and vice president are publicly campaigning for the return to government of a guy who unapologetically has said he is a proud racist and wants to normalize anti-Indian hate. I mean, these are facts. The kid resigned on his own, and they demanded he get his job back. JD Vance with Indian children. The man expressed that nobody should ever be involved in a multiracial marriage or relationship, and that's disgusting, and that they need to normalize Indian hate. And JD Vance is like, hire this guy back. Imagine that's your dad.
So, Democratic lawmakers are really upset that DOGE engineers have access to these Treasury payment systems. The Senate Intel Dems wrote a letter to Susan Wiles. They're saying that these systems are used to disperse trillions of dollars each year and contain everyday Americans' personal information like social security numbers, home addresses, bank accounts. Why does DOGE need all of that?
Well, it doesn't, but they get it very easily. I mean, we don't have very good security in our country, and they get it very easily. And what we're doing, if you look at what has just taken place with respect to some of the investments that have been made on another agency that people have been talking about for years, but nobody did anything about it, it's absolutely obscene.
So let me just say something. When you are committing a crime, your answer when someone asks you if you're committing a crime should not be, hey, it was really easy to commit this crime, so I committed it. Like, what in the... I don't know if you're like, actually, first, I just want to say Illusion said something funny. He said, it makes me want to specifically enter into an interracial relationship. I know. Makes me want to scream at white men who constantly hit on me. So I think it's similar, but yeah. But I mean, literally, he's asking him, hey, you've accessed these like systems that you maybe didn't have any business accessing. And he's like, well, it was simple and easy. It was super easy to commit the crime. So you guys should be ashamed of yourself for making it easy for me to rob you and access your personal information. That's what he just said.
Dangerous, bad, very costly. I mean, virtually every investment made is a con job. There's nothing of value to anybody unless there's a kickback scheme going on, which is possible. And we're going to be doing more and more of that. We're going to be looking at Department of Education. We're going to be looking at even our military. We're going to be looking at tremendous amounts of money, Peter, being spent on things that bear no relationship to anything and have no value. We're talking about trillions of dollars. It will be, in the end, trillions of dollars being absolutely.
Hey, then he's talking about Social Security and Medicare. I know Trump's not big on actual math. Trump could not do math to save his life, but then now you're talking about Social Security and Medicare.
Wasted, and perhaps illegally. I would say certainly in many cases illegally, but perhaps illegally overall. And I'm very proud of the job that this group of young people, generally young people, but very smart people, they're doing. They're doing it at my insistence. It would be a lot easier not to do it, but we have to take some of these things apart to find the corruption. And we found tremendous.
You are the corruption. And in my humble opinion, but more importantly, like, I'm so glad that you are saying this dumb stuff in press conferences. Do admit that these people are doing this at your behest, that you have unelected people with no clearance accessing our personal information, which is a crime. I'm so glad that you are taking credit for all of it. Oh, yeah. If you look on Elon's, I don't know, Puff Gives said they haven't found anything. Oh, my God. You should see what Elon Musk is posting. He's just listing like line items and being like, look at all of this fraud. It's like, no, you're doing the fraud, right? The only people allowed to appropriate our tax dollars is Congress. They appropriated them. We elected them. They voted. The money was appropriated. It's done. Right? That the only fraud is breaking into the system and doing God knows whatever you're doing.
I wonder what you make of the criticism from Democrats that these staff reductions, the cuts that Elon Musk and Doge are doing are an unlawful power grab. And is there anything you've told Elon Musk he cannot touch?
Well, we haven't discussed that much. I'll tell him to.
Oh, Old Man River hasn't discussed that much. The richest man in the world brought in a bunch of nut jobs and are meddling in all of our personal affairs, and they haven't talked about it, which I think is BS, but you know what I'm saying. Like this is where we're at. Oh, we haven't discussed it.
Unlawful power grab. And is there anything you've told Elon Musk he cannot touch?
Well, we haven't discussed that much. I'll tell him to go here, go there. He does it. He's got a very capable group of people. Very, very capable. They know what they're doing. They'll ask questions, and they'll see immediately as somebody gets tongue-tied that they're either crooked or don't know what they're doing.
So again, he's referring to 19-year-old bigots, 19 to 25-year-old bigots who are apparently interviewing people and being like, why should you have your job? Like, you do telework, even though all statistical analysis says telework is beneficial. You know, like, this is what he's saying. This is how they're selling it. Elon Musk hired a band of weirdos to go question people who have done a job for a long time. Oh, yeah. And then they're just sussing out the waste, fraud, and abuse. No, that's you. You're the one that ran up our deficit.
We have very smart people going in, so I've instructed him go into.
Don't worry, they're very smart. They're the smartest.
Education, go into military, go into other things as we go along. And they're finding massive amounts of fraud, abuse, waste, all of these things. So, but I will pick out a target and I say go in. There could be areas that
I pick out a target and I say go in. Hopefully will be useful for legal documents later. And he said, like, I'm not sure if this is the clip where he's like, in one clip, he basically said like, oh no, it was during his stupid Super Bowl interview. And he's basically like, yeah, in 24 hours, what happened to USAID basically it implies he's going to do the same thing to the Department of Education.
Won't, but I think everything's fertile. You know, we're a government. We have to be open. And
we have to be open. Thank you for the galaxy. Thanks, Illusion. You're the best. We have to be open. Like, we're in a nightmare. Yeah. If the things Donald Trump, and I mean this so sincerely from the bottom of my heart, and I'm going to try to say this in the kindest way possible. If Donald Trump is making sense to you, red mother flag. Because I'm just here to tell you, as someone, none of this makes sense. So and also I do believe in order to be conned, like, you have to want to be on a certain level, right? Like, you just want to say, hey, I just can't handle the stress of this. The reality of what's going on is so hard. This strong man keeps telling me he's going to fix things and he's going to take care of me. So I'm just going to believe it, right? Like, or whatever it is. Like, I do believe subconsciously you have to buy into being conned, right? Because you have to want to be. I think that's how people get catfished. But if you think that one word of what this man says makes sense, you are in the danger zone. You need to do a U-turn and reevaluate. You can easily fact check your way out of this cult.
Strengthen our Social Security, etc. We're not going to touch it other than to make it stronger. But we have people that shouldn't be on, and those people we have to weed out.
We're not going to touch Social Security except for the people we're going to throw off of it. And then implies it's immigrants. Immigrants aren't on Social Security. Like undocumented immigrants. Like, I just want you to hear. I'm just going to start it over because I just am pointing out what he says. We're not going to touch Social Security except for we're going to touch it and we're going to steal it from people.
We're going to strengthen our Social Security, etc. We're not going to touch it other than to make it stronger. But we have people that shouldn't be on, and those people we have to weed out. Most of them, or many of them so far, have been illegal immigrants. They shouldn't even be in the country. Do you have a question for the Prime Minister?
I do.
A question about why nothing you say makes any sense or could possibly ever be true. Are we allowed to ask that question? Why nothing you say makes any sense? Like, does it sound good in your head? Do you think he watches these press conferences back and people are like, hey, none of that's true? Thank you, Richie, for the $2. You're the best, Felice. No, you are, Richie. I appreciate it so much. Like, yeah, but that's the story, right? Oh, don't worry, people, it's the immigrants. Hey, no, we know the highest percentage of people on states that are using social programs, Social Security, they're in the southern states. So good luck to you all. I just can't wait. The leopard will eat all of your faces, right? Once they're done feasting on the brown and black people, you're next, poor people.
One of the things we're looking at with President Zelensky is having the security of their assets. They have assets underground, rare earth and other things, but primarily rare earth.
So again, this is again on Friday. I just want to say, like, and I'll get to this. Trump had, if you might have caught some of this ridiculous presser, I think this is going to be a Friday tradition where we do these weird press conferences where he just hauls in some world leader and then they pretend like they've done something that isn't real. He had like this Japanese prime minister or whoever was there with him, and they're asking him about Ukraine. And this is what I'm saying, right? The reason they wanted to cancel all U.S. U.S. AID is because now they're holding other countries hostage. Oh, this money you want? Well, you have oil under the ground. What are you going to do to get American corporations in there? Because Trump owes a lot of favors. Trump was given hundreds of millions of dollars he has to pay back, right? Trump owes a lot of people a lot of things. So, oh, you want your USAID money? You want your billions of dollars, Ukraine? Well, you're mineral rich. The same reason Putin is invading them, for access to deep water access route, and for the mineral rich ground, and it's the breadbasket of Europe. The same reason that Putin is attacking Ukraine is now what Trump is saying. Hey, you guys, I'm the Queen's mob boss. This is a simple protection racket. You want the money that I have no business keeping from you? And I'm about to violate the Impoundment Act of 1974. Well, I heard you're mineral rich. Make me a deal. Make U.S. corporations a deal.
We want to have security. Really, we want security because, as you know, Europe is putting up much less money than us. Much.
That's not true.
NATO, Europe, call it whatever you want. And we're at probably 300 billion plus, and they're at probably, the real number is
Not true.
100 billion. That's a lot of money, but it's 200 billion less than us, and there's an ocean in between. And they need it more than us. So we're asking them to equalize and get even. But we're also asking President Zelensky for the security of, we're putting all this money up and we're saying, where does it stop? And yet we want to see it out to an end. We want to see it.
He's saying, give us the same reason he's trying to annex Greenland, right? He wants the minerals under the ground for his rich billionaire friends and their corporations. Like, he's not speaking in code, MAGA. You've seen it now. We had to listen to you complain that Project 2025 was fake, and now every single thing written inside it is now reality. You can stop saying he doesn't mean it now. Can we get to that point where we can say, I think he means it? And this is JD Vance. Like, again, JD Vance, the man who's married to an Indian woman and has biracial children. This is JD Vance, like, on X this weekend, like, planning to commit a crime. If a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal. If a judge tried to command the attorney general in how to use her discretion as a prosecutor, that's also illegal. No, it's not. Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. Remember that meme I showed you that just said in court documents, in executive orders, the argument is Trump is in that office and now he has dictatorial power and can do whatever he wants. There's no legal precedent for saying something like this. This is a Yale, right? JD Vance went to Yale. This is a Yale educated lawyer. And I just thought Ron Filikowski, who's also a lawyer, said, we've had checks and balances and separation of powers embedded into the founding of our national government, specifically because the framers anticipated that someday an executive might come along like Trump. For over 2 centuries, we have also had judicial review. It's all under siege now. Will the institutions hold as the cabal of right-wing oligarchs seek to dismantle them by ignoring Congress while attacking the courts, rule of law, free press, scientists, doctors, diplomats, and every agency which has endeavored to protect the public from powerful predators? Truer words were never spoken. That is the day-to-day struggle we are in. That anxiety you are feeling in your gut, this is what it is. And I'm just saying this because the 24 hours a day gaslighting we are all constantly suffering, this is reality. Trust your gut, trust your instincts.
President, do you have a reaction to the new Time magazine cover that has Elon Musk sitting behind your resolute desk?
タイムマガジンにイーロン・マスクが、大統領の机の後ろで座っている写真がありますけども、それに関するコメントは何かありますか?
Is Time magazine still in business? I didn't even know that.
まだタイムマガジンは廃刊じゃないんですか?
Elon is doing a great job. He's finding tremendous fraud and corruption and waste. You see it with the USAID, but you're going to see it even more so with other agencies and other parts of government. He's got a staff that's fantastic. He's wanted to be able to do this for a long time, and everybody else knew it was existent, but I think never so much when you look at USAID. That's a fraud. The whole thing is a fraud. Very little being put.
Yeah, he has no idea what he's talking about. It is not fraud. And many of this is like, I don't know if you guys know some of the MAGA conspiracies that have come out of this. Like, they accuse AOC of somehow being funded by USAID money. She's like, I'm the poorest person in Congress. I literally have no money. Like, her 2023 financial disclosings, like, she has like less than like $50,000. Like, she has no money. She has no stock holdings. She doesn't accept money from outside sources. And they're like, we caught AOC. Like, she's somehow funded by USAID. Politico, the publication, they have like a payment system that went down on Monday when USAID like was canceled. Now MAGA believes Politico is somehow paid by through USAID. I mean, It's absolutely delusional, the things these people are saying. Oh yeah, Ivanka also was an outspoken, Ivanka has been funded by USAID. And so have many people. And also all these Republicans that are now backing Trump were outspoken supporters of USAID. So, I mean, you can say what you want. Anyways, we love Chris Murphy. This is yesterday. I love Sunday morning politics because it's a great time to see what people in Congress are saying. Chris Murphy was on This Week on ABC yesterday talking about all of this BS.
Constitutional crisis, grossly unconstitutional, pretty alarming language.
Yeah, listen, I think this is the most serious constitutional crisis the country has faced, certainly since Watergate. The president is attempting to seize control of power and for corrupt purposes. The president wants to be able to decide how and where money is spent so that he can reward his political friends, he can punish his political enemies. That is the evisceration of democracy. You stand that next to the wholesale endorsement of political violence with the pardons given to every single January 6th rioter, including the most violent who beat police officers over the head with baseball bats. And you can see what he's trying to do here. He is trying to crush his opposition by making them afraid of losing federal funding, by making them afraid of physical violence. And so, yes, this is a red alert moment when this entire country has to understand that our democracy is at risk. And for what? The billionaire takeover of government. I'm sure we'll talk about this, but Elon Musk is in.
So rich people can get richer. That's why. And because, our education system failed a lot of us. Truly, MAGA, exactly what you guys swore you were fighting against, you have now ushered in a bunch of billionaires who are feasting off of us all.
You have the court process working. A judge has now barred Elon Musk teams from the Treasury database. They have blocked Trump's birthright citizenship executive order. So why not just let the system work?
Well, first of all, we're not sure it's working right now. I continue to get reports from Connecticut that agencies there, like Head Start programs and community health centers, are actually not receiving the funding that they are due. So I think there's a big question as to whether the administration actually is implementing the court order, and the pace of this assault on the Constitution in order to serve the billionaire class. It is absolutely dizzying. And so you have to run a full-scale opposition. You can't just rely on the courts. Ultimately, you've got to bring the American public into this conversation, because we need our Republican colleagues in the House and in the Senate ultimately to put a stop to this. You cannot just rely on the court system when the challenge to the Constitution and the billionaire takeover is so acute and so urgent.
And I hate to say this, but that's why we should focus on special elections. If you're in Florida, I want to look up God, now I'm going to forget, but Fax is talking about it a lot too. It's called National Ground Game, I think, .com. We have 2 elections coming up in Florida for Congress that we need to focus on. We need to flip those seats. That's probably the fastest way we can get more control over Congress. But yes, we need people in Congress that are going to push back. Not all of these wet noodle Republicans, never forget, these people all need to go. All of these people that you can find clips that have said the exact opposite, that know what Trump is doing is wrong. Yeah, there's one in New York too. Yeah, not going back. So there's one in New York. The 1st and 6th Florida districts. Thanks. And I think Fax, starting on the set, is going to interview the Democratic candidates in those districts as well. So look out for that. And like I said, Will Westmoreland, in fact, kind of a random intermission to talk about this, but the Back 40 PAC, Will Westmoreland started a super PAC, and I do think it's super important, right? We're gonna it's super interesting. It's a nonprofit and it's a super PAC, so you can get money pretty much however, and it can be like up to presidential elections to local elections. So it's pretty much like choose what you want to, how you want to affect change. Yeah, we had our first meeting, our first Zoom call about this super PAC. Like I believe finishing filing the paper. I mean, no, the paperwork is all filed, but like finishing some of the last like details of it this week. Facts. And the coolest guy, his name is Billy Polina, and I will be meeting Wednesday about like the branding and stuff for the super PAC. And I think it's going to look really cool. I'm not talking about the branding, but I just mean the opportunities that we'll have with the super PAC. Like, I hope we can use our Discord and our community, because we're all looking like tangibly, how can we move the needle? What can we do? And this is like kind of how I think we're going to be able to do that and focus our energy. So more to come on that. Like, again, we just had our first meeting and I was out of my mind sick on Saturday, and we're meeting again on Wednesday night. So I'll keep you guys posted on the back 40 PAC, but I know they're working with like nationalgroundgame.com. And like Fax is particularly honing in on these special elections in Florida. There's also one in New York, but yeah, like these are, every little bit counts, right? And then we want to be positioned ultimately in 2026 to take Congress back. And I think the interesting thing about the back 40 PAC, if you don't know about Will Westmoreland, he's like a farmer from Missouri. And these tariffs, this mass deportation stuff, no bueno for rural America. So I do think it's an interesting way. And even I come from Arizona, where this is tons of rural farmers as well, and that wholly rely on immigration or on undocumented workers. So it's a huge opportunity to go to fundraise, to get money, and to get messages out, and like do other things on a hyper local scale. Yeah. So we'll talk about it, but look up like nationalgroundgame.com. There's things and ways to sign up through them as well. Like, especially if you're already in Florida and you want to work on those special elections, just start Googling around. I believe it's called nationalgroundgame.com. I was recording a video and I ran out of time on it that I saw. But yeah, like if you're in Florida and you want to help work on those special elections, tons of ways to do it. Get involved. You're like dying of anxiety. What can I do? Help me like get involved in this. This is like that you can definitely get involved. Yeah. USAID, that's crushing the farmers. So like all of these, there's going to be a lot of money available in the midterms and leading up to the midterms so that we can get our message out there. I mean, I don't know. Again, we just had our first meeting on Saturday. The paperwork is filed, but I'm honored to be helping with part of this. And by me, I mean all of us together. I mean, I'm signing I could barely breathe right now. So by me, I mean us. Pooling our resources, like all of this intelligence that sits in this live 5 days a week, like we can move mountains between all of us, truly. Like I think about that all the time. We are all way too smart to be wasting all this. Slick Rick, thank you so Slick as Rick, I should say. Thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much. I kind of like being delusionally sick. It's easier to deliver you guys bad news. Like normally this gives me more anxiety, but I'm kind of like slightly out of my mind right now. So I'm like, yeah, who cares that the next clip is going to make them literally want to throw up in their mouths.
First sentence, the executive power shall be vested in a president. I think it's important. A president of the United States of America. Not in bureaucrats, not in career people, in the president. The guy who put his name on the... This is a fun...
So that meme I showed you, where that independent journalist is pointing out, hey, there's this pattern developing in all of these executive orders and all of these lawsuits, it's Republicans arguing that merely by being elected, Trump is a dictator who can do whatever he wants. And they're like, this is being echoed in court documents and executive orders by Congress. And this is Jim Jordan saying this in his own words. Like, hey, we elected him. He can do whatever he wants.
First sentence, the executive power shall be vested in a president. I think it's important. A president of the United States of America. Not in bureaucrats, not in career people, in the president. The guy who put his name on the... This is a fundamental difference we have with the left. The left thinks, oh, it's the career experts who make the decisions. That's not how our country works. It's the guy who puts his name on the ballot, gets elected by we the people. He gets to make the decisions, or she gets to make the decision. That's how we don't want the Faucis of the world and all the people in the bureaucracy making the decisions. We want the guy who puts their name on the ballot and gets elected by the American people.
But you guys are elected too, of course, co-equal branch of government.
I said we're going to be involved, certainly.
Okay.
If by being involved, creepy Jim J, you be laying under the wheels of the bus as it rolls over you, then I guess you are involved. So if by being involved, Jim, you're going to bend over and take it how you get it, then yes, you are involved, Jim. Congratulations. What in the F is wrong with these people? And truly, this is the difference between civilized democracy. Like, Jim Jordan thinks he's on to something. Jim Jordan, I went to law school and never passed the bar. Like, it's just proof that anyone can stagger their way through law school. Like, Jim, don't talk anymore. The difference between civilized democracy is moving away from a patriarchal figure, saying, we elect some dumbass and then they make all the decisions. Are you kidding me? Like, that is ignorance. That's how you end up with, in Russia. No, that's not how it should work. We should have the most qualified people, not mediocre white men that feel insecure and need to give each other important jobs to validate each other. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about actual qualified people should be in roles, and they should use their years of expertise, right? And professionalism to make recommendations. Think about you as one person. What can you get done in a day? How much if you guys knew the amount of information I consume in one day, for the abject ignorance for him to say, yeah, we just elected one person and he knows everything about everything and then he makes those decisions. What are you, a 2-year-old? Are you serious? This is some Henry VIII. Let's plunge into the dark times. Forget science. Like, it's absolutely embarrassing. But that's what, I think I called this section in the outline, Republicans just bending over or something. Because that's what it is. It's just, hey, everyone needs to line up, and all of these illegal things that are happening, hey, you guys are all in Congress. Imagine how offensive it must really be. Like, you are in Congress and your job is to be a co-equal branch of government, and you're just getting notices like, hey, go on the news and say, like, me taking your power away is fine. Like, nothing weird to see here.
Specifically, since you're on banking, the budget director announced he's notified the Federal Reserve that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau will no longer take congressional funding because it's not necessary. Elon Musk tweeted, "Rest in peace." Can you tell us, did the White House inform the bank? Yeah, did the White House inform the banking committee that it's being dismantled? What does CFPB rest in peace mean?
So I've had significant conversations with Russ Vought, who is our new OMB director. The CFPB has been out of control for some time. The way it's designed, I think, is unconstitutional.
The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, that's designed to protect people from predatory lending and Wall Street and private equity and hedge funds and out of control interest rates. Trump ran on capping interest rates on credit cards, by the way. Bernie Sanders and Josh Hawley, MAGA Josh Hawley, have legislation they have drawn up to cap interest rates on credit cards. This is what the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau does. And he's saying they are out of control. This is Senator, what is his name? Haggerty. Is it Bill Haggerty? I think it's Bill. Yeah, Bill Haggerty from Tennessee. What the F is going on in Tennessee? I'm concerned. Can we wrangle some of these people in? Like, what? Why is this a breed? What is going on in Tennessee? Tennessee is the scariest place in America. It's soon. You guys, I don't know what's going on in Tennessee.
It has no oversight. It's been basically a reckless agency that's been allowed to go way beyond any mandate that I think was originally intended. So it's time to rein it in. And I'm applauding.
Yeah. You got too many consumers are being protected. Is what this is your senator. The man who's supposed to be protecting you, the average American citizen in Tennessee, is saying, hey, too many consumers are being protected from predatory banks and lending and private equity and hedge funds. We need to make it easier for the average consumer to be violated. This is your senator.
Anything that we can do to bring more stability, more control to the federal government and take agencies like this back, back into some sort of sense of accountability and oversight.
So what does that mean? Because it's established as an agency and there are legal protections here.
Well, it was established as an agency that does not have the jurisdiction of the Congress. Its funding source is separate from us. It has no accountability. This is not the type of agency I think that the Founding Fathers contemplated. We actually contemplated a balance of power, yet this rogue agency has been created, and frankly, it's been used as a tool to come in and just hammer the American private sector and pursue initiatives.
Hammer the American private sector. He's talking about corporations. We are slave laborers for capitalism. We sell our life force. We choose a corporation and say, hey, if I sell you my life force, will you give me will you let me go to the doctor? If I work myself to death for no equity and never gain much of anything, will you help keep me alive? And he's saying that we are victimizing corporations. Really, congrats. I thought Marsha Blackburn was the shittier senator from Tennessee, but man, this man, you guys, I gotta thank God I have deconstructed from religion, but I will pray for you, Tennessee. I don't know where we from here.
Has been appointed as acting undersecretary for public diplomacy and public affairs.
Yes, I will just say that. Ruthie Dayglow in the TikTok chat said, did you guys notice him say they weren't authorized by Congress? I know. The irony, right? As Elon Musk and his band of incels hey, that was just a joke, and in my opinion, I'm not saying, I don't know. I'm just saying words I heard on X, actually. I learned that word on X, and now I'm just repeating it. It may or may not be true. Are combing through things, never authorized by Congress, never elected. We're talking about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Cool.
He was fired from the first Trump administration after he attended a white nationalist convention. He's made a lot of inflammatory statements against women and minorities. If he couldn't work for the first Trump administration, how is he qualified to work now?
Margaret, I'm not familiar with Mr. Beatty or the claims that you raised, but if we want...
I just wanted to hear him say that. This is what they all say. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, she just told you he couldn't work for the Trump administration because he went to a white nationalist convention. Can you say no one should be at white nationalist conventions? Oh, of course not. You can't say that. And I just want to, I'm really sure, I cannot stand Bill Haggerty. So I actually don't want to listen to too much of him. But I just wanted to show you, this is who they were just talking about. This is someone working for Trump in the Trump administration. You can just read that. I'll just let you just peruse what is in front of you. Competent white men must be in charge if you want things to work. Unfortunately, our entire national ideology is predicted on coddling the feelings of women and minorities and demoralizing competent white men. That's who Senator Bill Haggerty is like, oh, I don't know. It's not that big of a deal. What could be going wrong here? This is a man working in the White House. Familiarize yourself with these people. Are you getting it? White women that voted for Trump? Is it clicking? That's why I just love watching Nancy Mace trying to act like a victim of trans women, and then MAGA men just keep being like, shut up, woman. It's like, are you getting it, Nancy? Is it clicking with you? Like it's probably not. It's not clicking with Nancy. It will never ever click with Nancy. But I just want to show you this is who Trump couldn't hire the first time because he had been to white nationalist conventions and people were like, this is horrible. And now he's all up in the White House. Right? Like this is the reality.
Appropriator, I've asked them to be very clear about, for example, their role funding Hamas in Gaza. They would not comply. They will not tell us what they do.
Okay, so I just want to be clear before you have to hear this live from this horrible senator from Tennessee. He's talking about the United Nations. He's talking about a branch of aid, like that does aid for the United Nations. Like that's what he's talking about. He's accusing them of funding Hamas because the United Nations gave aid to Palestinians. And this is what I was saying. Because when we say, I didn't know the leopard was going to eat my face, and we've watched the Arab Americans be like, oh, I thought Trump was going to help us. And then it's the Venezuelans. Like, we all live around his golf course. I thought he knew we were his friends. I didn't think he was going to deport us. Like, that's how it starts. They say, oh, not all you Venezuelans, just the gang member, just the criminals, right? But then you all start a lookalike, right? And that's how it started. Oh, not the Palestinians, it's Hamas. But then they're using the Palestinians as human shields. Oh, but Palestinian children are military-age men and they could be Hamas. And now they don't even bother differentiating.
Appropriator, I've asked them to be very clear about, for example, their role funding Hamas in Gaza. They would not comply. They will not tell us what they do. Now that we start to find out some of the programs that AID has been funding, if you think about it, sex change operations in Guatemala, LGBTQ programs in Serbia.
Yeah, that's not true. I mean, unless you mean maybe some gay people were given condoms. Yeah, no, this man's just yelling words. They're just like, Trump lies. Like, do we all just go and we just yell lies? Yeah, we're funding sex change operations in Guatemala. Like, could somebody please?
This is
government
ridiculous.
does not
This is
fund
so beyond the
sex
pale.
change operations or fund Hamas. You know that, though. But you sit on...
That is not true, Margaret. I couldn't get the Secretary of State. I asked him 3 times to tell me that we were not funding Hamas through AID. He couldn't do it. And frankly, what we found is that we've been funding as American
that the United
taxpayers
States
organizations.
government is funding a terrorist group?
Certainly, the funds that have gone to UNRWA. You saw the UNRWA members who were also Hamas members going in an attack on it.
UNRWA is the United Nations. I just really need to be clear. That's the United Nations here. Look, I forgot I took the screenshot. He is accusing the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian refugees in the Near East. So, when they were being massacred and people were trying to get them food and water and medical supplies, you're a T group for doing that. This is who he's talking about. What is wrong with mediocre white men? Like, white men, you're going to have to really be clear you're not one of these people, because this is just, at this point. Don't even tell me that, illusion. I can't even hear that. I need to stop reading comments.
Musk said, quote, FEMA is broken, and he said so in response to the suggestion that he shut down FEMA entirely. FEMA is, of course, funded by Congress, has repeatedly been authorized in statute, including by laws you voted for when you were in Congress. Can and should Donald Trump shut it down?
He can, and I believe that he will do that evaluation with his team, and he's talking about it, which I'm grateful for. He'll work with Congress, though, to make sure that it's done correctly and that we're still there to help folks who have a terrible disaster or crisis in their life.
Sorry, I should have done a trigger warning for anyone with dogs that can hear this. Hug your dogs. Kristi Noem is near. She might try to drag them into a gravel pit and unalive them. Just the least competent people. I mean, truly, like, that's why we have this ragtag group of weirdos, because this is what it takes to get people that know less than Trump. What are you? I know. Everyone hug your animals. Kristi Noem is near. Like, she has even less empathy for immigrants than animals. Like, if she probably, the immigrants would just be in a gravel pit at this point. Like, truly. I know. We've got a literal woman that drags dogs into gravel pits. And then is like, despite all of the advice of publishers, is like, no, I need people to know that I unalive dogs. Like, after multiple people told her, you should never tell anyone this story again. And then she's like, absolutely, I need people to hear this story. So I do encourage everyone to think about why. Like, that's super important to her. And this is FEMA. Like, again, this is the same thing. USAID, that's foreign assistance. That's Trump, the Queen's mob boss, saying, hey, if any of these countries want something from me, the money that Congress legally already appropriated to them, then I'm going to leverage them for something I want in return. And FEMA is him leveraging the states, right? Oh, because Republicans have refused to acknowledge climate crisis, and now we have Santa Ana gale force hurricane winds that are throwing fireballs around Los Angeles. This is my chance to force voter ID on them. Oh, we know non-citizen voting is not a real thing. How? Because of statistical analysis. But I would love to suppress the brown and black vote in California, right? Oh, did you need federal money? I'm holding it all hostage until you agree to gerrymander out of your own state. This is the reality. Keep tapping the screen. You guys are doing an amazing job. I so appreciate all your support. Thank you, Robin, for the tip for save the dogs, save the cats. Amen. Save them all from Christy. And save whoever is doing Christy's fillers. God forbid she ever wants these fillers to come out. I don't know what's going to happen with her face. But yeah, I mean, this is Christy Nome basically saying, yeah, I'll hand over FEMA. Like, I hope Trump takes over FEMA and holds billions of dollars hostage. And when disasters occur, you know, Trump leverages each state. Just what Tim Walz described on the election trail, that during the pandemic, it was the Hunger Games for governors. And if Trump didn't like you, he would withhold aid and supplies.
Reporting that Musk and his DOGE team have access to FEMA's sensitive disaster data, which includes personal information about tens of thousands of disaster victims. Have you authorized Elon Musk and his team to have access to Americans' personal data that is housed inside DHS?
Yeah, we're working with them at the president's direction to find what we can do to make our department much more efficient.
Okay, so you admitted to a crime? What? I'm so glad all these people are just like, yeah.
So I think it's important. This is essentially an audit of the federal government, which is very powerful and needs to have happen. That agency, and one of the things I've been very clear to the appropriators in the Senate and the House is, please give me the authority to reprogram funds. There's funds,
but that's different from him having access to personal data that is housed in.
The president has authorized him to have access.
And you feel comfortable?
So absolutely.
I remember a time when Republicans were very.
Remember, this is the language appearing in court documents. Their only argument is Trump was elected. He's now a dictator and he can do whatever he wants. And you hear them all echo. This is their marching orders. And like, if you're not an idiot, I would never say this publicly. Like, you are entrapping yourself. You're basically ensuring that you will end up under the wheels of the bus before Trump, probably. Like, and that's how blind these people are. Good luck, Chrissy. I mean, that's what she wants. This is what she was built for.
Careful about and worried about the government, particularly unelected people.
Well, we can't trust the government anymore.
Having access to personal data.
Yeah.
You hear that? I forgot about this. She goes, we can't trust the government anymore. And Dana Bash goes, you are the government. Chris, yeah, we can't. You're right. Because you let unelected weirdos access all our personal data.
Having access to personal data that is housed in.
The president has authorized him to have access.
And you feel comfortable?
So absolutely.
I remember a time when Republicans were very careful about and worried about the government, particularly unelected people.
Well, we can't trust the government anymore.
Having access to personal data.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You are the government.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, is that the American people now are saying that we have had our personal information shared and
Stop, Christy. You already confessed. Let's just leave it at Christy confessing that we can't trust her. We already know, Christy. You couldn't find your way out of a paper bag unless it was to unalive a dog in a gravel pit. So yes, no, we don't trust you. We have never trusted you. God only knows why the people of South Dakota did. I did live there for a year, and it's a backwards place. Like, literally. Yeah, you can't trust the government. Yeah, that's what we're trying to say. Oh, and actually, I think I have this clip out of order because I remember now that it's a few ahead because I didn't add it at the right time. And then this is Christy. This is no joke. All this stuff I'm showing you she was saying was all yesterday. She went on like 3 shows just talking crazy talk yesterday, making no sense. And one of her last clips I saw, she was like on ABC not ABC. I don't know why I said that, because ABC is looking a lot like Fox at this point. She was on with Shannon Bream on Fox Sunday, and they were talking about Gitmo. And Christy, just to be clear, she shows up and like does these weird AF photo ops. She's at Gitmo right now. Like, she was yesterday on Fox talking about, oh yeah, like Gitmo's, this is all fine, nothing weird to see here. And now she's there. Oopsies.
And constitutional rights afforded to these by cannot attempt to subvert the statutory and constitutional rights afforded to these non-citizens in the U.S. by transferring them to an offshore prison and holding them incommunicado without access to counsel or any means of contact with the outside world. First of all, can you speak to whether that is an accurate characterization? And what do you say in response to their claims about legal rights for these folks?
That's just bold. And I just wish they would grow up and really recognize what we're doing here. What we're doing is, of course, we're giving due process to migrants. We've done that all the time, following the same procedures we always have been.
I just want to be clear that like there are countless reports that they are not giving due process to migrants. Like the only legal, and I've talked about this, and I said if you want to, Aaron Reichlin Melnick, he's he testifies in front of Congress once a month, and he's a great person to follow on Blue Sky or X if you want to really follow the constant lies coming out of the Trump administration about immigration. But yeah, by all accounts, like the only access to legal recourse to alleged due process, immigrants barely had due process under Biden, let's be honest. But like they had some, right? There were these legal presentations that immigration lawyers could go into these detainment facilities and say, these are your actual rights, like here's what you can do, here's your recourse. And those have been cut off. And we're not even, God knows, I'm not even speaking. I mean, she's talking about Gitmo. Who knows what's going on at Gitmo? That's what the ACLU is saying. And now you're like relocating people to a place like the U.S. doesn't even have jurisdiction and doing God knows what. But yeah, by all accounts, since Trump has taken over, even the due process presentations of your rights as an undocumented immigrant or as someone seeking asylum, are not happening.
But where are they advocating for the children that are missing, that Joe Biden lost? Why are they not advocating for these families that have lost children? Laken Riley's.
Okay, again, Laken Riley asked you not to bring that up. Or then she starts talking about like the child trafficking, which again, these same children, they keep saying Biden lost. No, they were also lost under Trump. These are people that aren't lost necessarily, right? And I've debunked this a million times. It's children who, and there are issues about whether or not they could be being used in child labor. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the only way they get placed somewhere with like a friend or relative, and then they just call, and if someone doesn't answer the phone, it's like no call, no show. Like we don't know. And so the lie that is constantly being told is, oh, Biden lost these kids. No, if Biden lost the kids, then Trump lost the kids. If Trump lost the kids, then Obama lost the kids. If Obama lost the kids, then Bush lost the kids. This has been going on and on and on. It's just people who don't answer phone calls because they could have changed their cell phone number. So, but not to say I don't think we don't have a problem with child labor or exploitation of children, because that's different. But if you cared about children, If you cared about exploitation of women, of undocumented children, then you would stop spreading lies, right? Because when you spread lies, you can never fix the real problem. And that's what Republicans do. They have no interest in fixing the real problem and looking into, hey, are American corporations who are primarily run by conservatives exploiting children in factories or in other workplace situations? Are religious institutions doing that? Like, I mean, those are the real questions, but we won't get to those as long as they just keep selling this fake narrative.
Family, Jocelyn's family, why are they not out there fighting for them and saying, thank you, Mr. President, for making sure that our kids aren't going to continue to be killed by drugs and trafficking and have dangerous criminals robbing small businesses in our hometowns? I mean, just get your...
So again, I mean, I've gone over this 100 times. I'll just cite my favorite study done by the Stanford Economic Policy Institute, the mythical tie between immigration crime. There is no statistical correlation between immigration and crime currently that we see. Crime is dropping in sanctuary cities. Like, none of this makes sense. None of this is true. This is just Kristi Noem trying to appeal to people's emotions and yelling random things. If you want to be safer, you will move to a neighborhood of immigrants. I was talking to one of my friends. You guys know him in the chat, Landon. He's in the Discord. We were talking about it. Like, I think my neighborhood is probably like 65% Hispanic. And like, if they're not undocumented, they have relatives that are, like tons of license places from Sonora, which is the state, this northernmost Mexican state that borders the Arizona border. And like, yeah, I live in a great neighborhood, right? Immigrants are 30% less likely to be incarcerated than white males in this country. And if you factor in black males who are disproportionately black and brown males who are disproportionately incarcerated, then immigrants are 60% less likely to be incarcerated. It's not immigrants committing crimes, Kristi. Stop spreading lies. Watch out for mediocre white men with a chip on their shoulder. That's my... You know what I'm saying?
Priority straight. This is about America. So start focusing on them instead of focusing on these dangerous people. I watched a plane load of people unload at Gitmo were pedophiles, child pornographers. They were drug dealers in our communities that literally these cartels are partnering with the Chinese to kill our next generation of Americans. That's who we're putting down there at Gitmo. And I'm just so thankful that they're not in our country anymore.
Yeah, that's not actually true. And I really tried to, when I saw this clip yesterday, I was like, okay, liar. I know it's a lie. Like, I know it's a lie, but I was like, let me just go like look and maybe like there's one person or one mention somewhere of a person that fits the description that Kristi Noem was doing. But no, there's not. Like the only article I could find, right, is she's just spewing this same narrative and being like, oh, I saw these people. These are flights with like 13 people on them at a time. And they're listing, these are Fox News articles that she's being quoted in and never said those words, 3PD or whatever she's trying to lie about, right? Like the only thing that was being said that I could find anywhere. I want to find this. Wait, hold on. I think. Oh my God, I forgot about this. Yeah, Tom Homan is saying that we're tipping off. It was like 13 aliens. Yeah, here they are. She said those on board included an immigrant who confessed to homicide. I mean, whether or not that's true, we don't know. And whether in what country, we don't. These are just things. Again, these could all be lies. I just want to be clear. But I'm trying. Kristi Noem just keeps layering on lies. So I'm trying as a historical researcher to find in the last, because there's apparently been like 3 flights. And there's like 10 to 15 people on a flight. So I'm trying to figure out what she's talking about. She said that those on board included an immigrant who confessed to each side, another wanted in Venezuela, not in America, for escaping jail and for aggravated robbery with a weapon intent to commit each side. So again, everything that she was just saying about 3 people, that's not, I can't find any. I mean, obviously she just says stuff. We know that. But I'm just saying, I looked. And I looked for right-wing sources that I know are also probably lies and can't even find her lies in right-wing sources that will publish her lies. So Just saying, like, I tried, Chris. I tried to back you up, dog on a liver, and I just couldn't do it. Joseph, thank you so much for the $40. So glad you're back. Totally missed you last week. Thanks for your great work, Joe B1. Joe B1. It does its lie. I know. I looked. I tried to find what she was talking about. I found this interesting too. And this is as Trump rages about deportation numbers. Because if you haven't heard, right, I said this because Aaron Reichlin Melnick is a great immigration lawyer and everyone should follow him on X and keep yourself informed about the never ending lies about immigration and deportation. But yeah, like this is what Aaron Reichlin Melnick's been talking about for a year, that Trump was going to do this like shock and awe. That's what the military airplanes for, and normal ICE operations he was going to pass off like he was doing something. And this, I think the first place I saw it reported where you can look it up, I think it's NBC News, and I think I have a clip later that shows it. Actually, I could look for it after this if you want to see it. But Trump rages about deportation numbers far lower than he promised. Biden was averaging, I think, 308 average, right? Sometimes way, way more, like 308 a day. Do you know how hard it is to average 308 ICE arrests a day? Like, all I'm saying is, with dignity and respect, our deportation system was working before, right? And Trump's mad because he wants to have these like astronomical numbers. And I just suggest, I'm not ever suggesting anyone spend time on X. It's not good for your mental health. But there are some really funny videos of activists who are like breaking up these ICE raids, like ICE, you know, showing up in like a blue city somewhere, and then like activists with like blowhorns are like, don't come out of your apartment. I don't know. It's hilarious. These ICE raids that Fox thought like, oh, we'll take our cameras and then we'll show everyone hardened criminals. And it's them like harassing like grandmas who have a tan. It's not going good. The New York Post reported last week that in Chicago, again, Rupert Murdoch. I'm just saying, New York Post is owned by Rupert Murdoch. In Chicago, they only arrested 2 migrants despite 100 ICE agents spending 5 hours trying to hunt them down. Now, okay, we're looking for waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, I know we're all not, MAGA, they're not thinking people, but we are. Let me just think here. Should we be paying 100 ICE agents and all that for all this operation for hours that probably cost us millions and millions and millions of taxpayer dollars, and we arrested 2 people? Is that, I think we are finding the waste. I showed you how much more those military airplanes, I mean, we're talking about hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars more for military airplanes than the average ICE flight, which is like nothing. ABC reports that 400 ICE agents, these are tax dollars at work, we're paying for this nonsense, were deployed on Wednesday to Colorado to arrest, remember, these are the Venezuelan gang members who were migrants, after contacting people at hundreds of residences. Only one alleged gang member was arrested. Homan predicted they would get at least 100 during the operation. I'm sorry, am I reading off waste, fraud, and abuse? Are we witnessing it right here? Is this the waste, fraud, and abuse? You need 400 ICE agents to capture a man, a person. It could have been a woman, in fairness. 400 ICE agents on Wednesday in Colorado to capture a man. It's going great. And by the way, don't worry, leftists and leftist media, it's our fault. Homan claims that local media is tipping off migrants prior to the raids and continues to threaten them with FCC action and arrests. Yeah, so let's stifle the media. Or you don't want the media to point out that you're wildly unsuccessful and wasting all of our tax dollars, so you want to scare them into not reporting on the fact you're wildly unsuccessful. It's one or the other. I don't know. It's a chicken or the egg thing. Yeah, even in Arizona, listen, if you live in a red state, and I say that to Colorado, I say that to you, Gumps, in Colorado, because I have seen some local polling in Colorado that Colorado may be turning red, so we don't know. You need to stay vigilant there. But yeah, if you live in a place like, I mean, Arizona, like we have a blue governor, blue senators, but like, I mean, our state legislature is wackos. So, it's a mixture. But if you live in a place that is either purple or red, your economy is undoubtedly relying on undocumented labor. So yeah, I wouldn't say Arizona is not being kind to this either. That's why you see them trying to push, finally, after years of Ron DeSantis running Florida like with an iron fist, they're like, get out of here. Like, the people with the real money have spoken, and you are not deporting these people. This is not going down the way you think it is. Like, this is not good for any state's economy. You want to know why there's resistance? Because from rich people to anybody that can do math, right? These studies have been done by economists. I used to read them to you guys before the election like bedtime stories of what would happen because of our population decline if we did mass deportation, but not just mass deportation, if we stopped importing immigrant labor in our current population decline. It's not going to end well for our economy. Oh, I like this one. And this, we'll let Jolly Green Ginger. Why did I? Jolly Good Ginger. I don't know why I just said Jolly Green. It's the meds. But this is the reality. So while Trump is rounding up all the brown people that are actually paying into Social Security and Medicare, who are benefiting our economy, who are paying in more to the system than they will ever get out, who are a net positive for us as American citizens. Meanwhile, Elon Musk said that Afrikaners, and I just want to be clear, like, Afrikaners are like Dutch and German apartheid people, right? Like the colonizers, the overlords in Africa. And now we aren't going to provide any sort of asylum for anyone. We're doing mass deportations of brown people. Hope you're listening, Hispanics who voted for Trump, but don't worry. If you're white and from South Africa, you can come here. This is real life.
Just signed an executive order to give refugee status to white people. You can't make this shit up. He signed an executive order today. It's on whitehouse.gov. And it's about South Africa. That's weird. Here's the executive order. He basically says that the government of South Africa is illegally taking land and property from the ethnic minority in South Africa. In case you don't know who that is, he's talking about white people. Now, in his executive order, he talks about how the government of South Africa is dismantling programs that are aimed to create equal opportunity in employment and education and business. Yeah, I couldn't imagine a government that would dismantle programs that would take away the equal opportunity of employment, education, and business.
So again, white colonizers that have propped up apartheid South Africa are upset because equality and equity are setting in. And Elon Musk and Trump have decided that white people need refuge from the people they've been oppressing, who aren't in any way, who are just trying to claw back some of their rights to exist. And these people need refuge.
Donald Trump is very upset that South Africa is doing this, and he signed an executive order giving refugee status to any ethnic minority Afrikaner who the government's taking their shit away, which specifically...
It's Afrikaner.
...is happening to white people. Now, there's some very, very important shit to talk about here. The guy who ran his entire campaign on fuck refugees just signed an executive order to make white people refugees. Number two, how does Donald Trump know know what's happening in South Africa. In fact, why is America First Donald Trump so concerned about what's happening in South Africa? Oh, I gotta guess the real president is concerned about it. That's why. But thirdly, and most importantly, he literally talks about in this executive order how it is egregious that they are dismantling these programs to create equal opportunity in employment, education, and business, which is the same fucking thing he's doing here. So what does that mean? That means that Donald Trump understands that diversity, equity, and inclusion in America is necessary because of white supremacy, but he don't give a fuck. He also understands that white people in South Africa stole and hoarded resources during apartheid, and the government simply taking stolen shit back, but he don't like that because white supremacy. So this should tell you two things definitively. Number one, President Musk is in charge. And number two, during the campaign when he was talking about immigrants, clearly, as we all said he was only talking about non-white immigrants.
Facts. 100%. If you don't know, his name is Jolly_good_ginger. If you've never seen Jolly's account. Here, can I enlarge this? It's hard sometimes to see if they'll let me show the...
You know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
There. I don't know why. Sometimes this is weird. There, that's the account. But yeah, you can just look up Jolly Good Ginger and his account will come up. Because he's a pretty big creator. But yeah, this is real life. And meanwhile, the Venezuelans are like, I didn't know the leopard would eat my face. Like, they're all in articles all weekend being like, we voted for Trump. Even the ones of us who aren't citizens campaigned for him in our community. And now he took our temporary protected status and is going to deport us all. Meanwhile, only white South Africans can get refugee status in America. This is real life. Let's get to 450K. We're almost to 400K. We can do it, you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys so much. Keep tapping the screen, share the live. If you would like to support me today, I think the best way is Cash App and Venmo because my brain is really struggling to work anywhere else and to see other screens. Sorry, if you know I've been sick for a week and I still am on a lot of medication. So I appreciate your guys' patience. But yeah, this is the reality. So whenever I have to hear people say it's not what it seems like, it's exactly what it seems like. You can pull the wool off your eyes and just go ahead and read about what's going on in America. I know, I'm meant to the best sometimes. Actually, I don't even know if I want to get into these. Mike Waltz, National Security Advisor to Trump. This is, between him and Marco Rubio, these are the two most qualified people pretty much to be in Trump's cabinet. And the way Mike Waltz has turned into the most disturbing weirdo yes man is truly a thing of, it's disgusting. Like, let's just listen to one. I think there's like three. I don't even think I can make it through.
Trump says he's directing him to now find cuts in the Pentagon. It's worth noting the Defense Department has billions of dollars with contracts with Elon Musk's companies. Do you believe that is a conflict of interest for Elon Musk to be finding cuts at the Pentagon?
Elon is the head of the Department of Government Efficiency, and if there is any agency what I have a ton of experience with in the Department of Defense with an $800 billion plus budget, it's DOD. Everything.
So do you guys notice how he's not answering the question? It's a yes or no question. And Mike Waltz, I swear, and I don't want to give any I will not give any concern. If you are on the side of this, we all know what you're complicit in at this point. You should be effing ashamed of yourself. Mike Waltz used to, I swear, be, if there was a person I thought would answer questions, he was one of those people, right? We're asking you, if someone who is getting billions of dollars of government welfare, particularly DOD government contracted welfare from the American taxpayers. We are directly responsible for building all of his businesses up. That can all be traced back to American taxpayer dollars and the use of what? American infrastructure. And I'm not just talking about roads and bridges. I'm talking about the internet. He owes it all to us. And we're asking you if you think someone who's tangled up in billions of dollars of DOD contracts should get to decide which ones are wasteful or not. And he just is like, hey, let me go off on a tangent about something that has nothing to do with this. I would have said Mike Waltz is literally one of the sanest people. And watching them all just fold like lawn chairs is one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen in my life. It's like, not one of these people. It's the same reason, like, I hate Mitch the Turtle McConnell, the most feared creature in the DC swamp, but at least Mitch has a brain. You know what I mean? At least I know when Mitch is doing something, he either wants to do it because he's just an awful person, or it's somehow he has some backdoor deal going on where it's benefiting him. These people are pathetic. Pathetic.
Seems to cost too much, take too long, and deliver too little to the soldiers. I, as a member of the House Armed Services Committee, held up a bag of bolts that would cost $100 in a hardware store that cost $90,000 to the United States Air Force. And the American people have said enough. Enough with the bloat and the waste and the debt. And when we have $1 trillion.
Okay, again, that's a progressive issue. Right? It is progressives who have tried to cut the DOD budget. It's progressives that have said the American military complex is wasting money. Right? It's whistleblowers that have tried to talk about that. Where are all the Boeing ones? We don't know. No longer with us. Right? That is a progressive issue, cutting waste from the Department of Defense. That is not a conservative issue. And listening to Mike Waltz pretend that it is the most delusional thing I've ever heard. But that's still not the question. The question is a man holding billions of dollars of DOD contracts, whose businesses have been built on them, who is an unelected rando, the richest man in the world. Should he be allowed to be making these decisions? It's like watching these people do these tap dances. And actually, I think I need to show you guys something because I don't want to listen to Mike Waltz make up lies. I found this. I think her name is like Crystal Ball, which I don't know if that's her real name or that's what she goes by as a researcher. But I found this really great research analyst who was talking about, because one of the debates that was going on all last week is that like Elon Musk's financial disclosures are private. Like, if you want somebody to work in the government capacity, then why won't you make his conflicts of interest public? So we know here are the contracts and this lovely woman who I really don't know who she was before today, but I think I love her. She is she's like, actually, a lot of this is public. I can piece it together here for you. And if you want to know the government agencies that Elon Musk, it's fascinating. It's not even the ones like he wants like the government contracts from. The agencies he's killing are ones investigating him. Like this is it in a nutshell. Like, and many people are putting out different types of videos showing Elon Musk's like disgusting conflicts of interest and how these federal government organizations were investigating him. He's under investigation for waste, fraud, and abuse. You know what he says he's cutting? He's under investigation, and so his answer is to delete these agencies so he can't be held accountable. And I'm going to go get my inhaler really quick. I will be right back while we listen to this.
Elon Musk has decided that he is not going to release all of the financial information about his various conflicts of interest, as he has effectively executed a hostile takeover of our entire government. But we already know a lot about his conflicts of interest. You can see a little bit of what that entails here. You can see Transportation Department is investigating him, the Justice Department, the Labor Department, the Department of the Interior, Department of Agriculture, National Labor Relations Board, and on and on. And as we evaluate what he's been up to and what particular agencies and boards he has taken aim at, we can really start to see a pattern of how all of these things intersect with his own personal financial interests, and really more importantly, and to the point, his interest in consolidating power. So one of the most obvious examples is the CFPB, that's the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Elon is trying to position Twitter as an everything app. He just signed a deal with Visa that would allow it to be a payment processor, and as a payment processor was about to be regulated by the CFPB. Well, that agency has now been gutted. They've announced they're doing no more enforcement, no more rulemaking. Everything is on hold. And guess what? Now, those payment processors not going to be regulated by the CFPB. But that is far from all. Of course, Elon has taken aim at the USAID. They're effectively gutted at this point. Just so happens they were investigating Starlink, of course, another Elon product, their use in Ukraine. But that also is not all. The National Labor Relations Board, so they've gone after Elon for all sorts of behavior. They regulate workers' ability to organize. They make decisions when there's a dispute between the companies and between the workers. Elon is a famous union buster, strike buster. They've gone after him for retaliating against workers. He sued them, claiming, without much standing, but claiming that the entire board is unconstitutional and trying to dismantle the whole thing. Well, now the National Labor Relations Board has been gutted, and they're not even defending themselves in that lawsuit that Elon Musk's companies have brought against the National Labor Relations Board. The Federal Aviation Administration, also Elon has taken aim at. Well, lo and behold, they have investigated him over illegal rocket launches over at SpaceX. Department of Labor was investigating him for allegations of workplace discrimination, including some truly horrific allegations, use of the N-word in the workplace, nooses were somehow involved. Well, lo and behold, the specific department called the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs that was looking into these allegations, Trump signed an executive order completely dismantling the whole thing, so guess he's off the hook for that as well. But that's not all. He also looks set to be able to increase the amount that he profits off of taxpayer dollars. He's already gotten some $15 billion into his companies over the years from the federal government, courtesy of you and me, the American taxpayer. Well, he's going to be able to increase that, astronomically. So he's already gotten installed as Air Force Secretary, this guy who had previously greased the skids and effectively rigged the contract process so that SpaceX could get these incredibly lucrative federal government contracts. So there's a lot going on here, but the bottom line is this. Elon Musk is the richest person on the planet. He already has extraordinary power. He is claiming and consolidating even more power. And his goal is not efficiency. It's not some noble, small government, small c conservative type of enterprise. He wants to strip the government down so that it cannot compete with him and his power. So it cannot stand in the way of him doing whatever he wants to do. We know from the way he's run his companies that he doesn't care about the law. He will just operate the way he wants to. And the only entity that could really push back was previously the federal government of the United States of America. Elon Musk is hell-bent on making sure that his power will be absolute.
Is that or is not one of the most fascinating things you've ever seen? And so many people are trying to make these videos, but that was probably the best one. Here, I'm looking for it. I see you guys asking me where I can find this video. So again, join the Discord. All of these outlines, like that, all the clips I go through, I put all the links of where I find them, but I wanted to see if I could find where I found this because I'm just like, oh God, I should have known. It's on Kyle Kalinski's X, Kyle Kalinske. If you don't know, he's a very intelligent YouTube creator who's very popular. Her name is Crystal Ball. Okay, hold on. Okay, sorry. Let me screenshot this. I'm going to screenshot the video and then I'm going to add it to the end of the presentation. And then I'm going to screenshot her actual X page. Cause yeah, probably should have done that earlier, but like I said, I'm a little under the weather today. Crystal Kyle and Friends, Breaking Points. Yeah, super great video. Breaking Points with Crystal and yeah, here I'll show you guys her profile. I'm just adding it to the end of the presentation. Sometimes it takes a second for Apple things to update. But yeah, her name is literally, here, let me just put it. This is on X because I don't know if she's on this platform. It'd be very sad if she wasn't. It's like Crystal Ball, but KRYBALL. Like on X, I'm putting it in the chat right now. She's at Crystal Ball. Oh my God, I spelled it. Wait, no, I spelled it right. 1 L. Yeah, Crystal with 1 L and 2 L's at the end. Yeah, breaking points. Exactly. Breaking point. Breaking points with Crystal. And I can't see what that other word says. And Sagar. Yeah, I have not listened to her podcast. But if Kyle Kalinske is retweeting her like that, I mean, and obviously you could tell the intelligence is oozing out of the video. But I just thought that was one of the greatest fact checks of this is why they're keeping his conflicts of interest private. They are many. Right? We can find the majority of them. Trump was being asked about this during the Super Bowl interview, or was it on Air Force One when he was rambling incoherently after being booed out of the Super Bowl? He was literally just like, yeah, you can just look it all up on your own. No, this is the stuff researchers can find. All right. Absolutely amazing. Johnny Longchild, thank you so much for the super chat. Keep fighting the good fight. Much love. You don't know what that means to me. Thank you so much for the encouragement. Thank you for everyone who's subscribed. Because if you're not subscribing on YouTube, that's another thing I heard someone ask. How do I find you on YouTube? A Girl Has No Name, just like this profile I'm on now has with 2 Z's. That same on YouTube. We're live on YouTube right now. Same on Twitch. Please do subscribe on Twitch. Subscribe on YouTube. Follow me on Twitch. Support me on both. I appreciate it so much. We don't know what's going to happen to TikTok, so definitely trying to grow our followings on both. Again, also in my Linktree, any bio, if you're on TikTok, just click through to my page, click my Linktree link, and it has all of my social media links. So Blue Sky is also A Girl Has No Name. Substack, join Substack. Loving Substack. It's getting very interesting on there. I'm A Girl Has No Name pretty much everywhere. Same on X. I don't encourage anyone for their mental health to be on X. Let me see if this has added to the end of the presentation really quick so I can just make sure to show you this, because we need to support female creators, our lives depend upon it. Okay, we got it. Okay, this is her crystal ball. This is the actual post. If you want to screenshot this, this is the post where I found the video that Kyle Kalinske was resharing. And then this is her actual page. So yeah, she's crystal ball on Blue Sky too. So just screenshot this. And that's, I think at the top is that podcast that people are mentioning. I need to get Cash App. I'm done paying my kids. I'm done paying for my kids' very expensive college. Oh, I can be your new kid who's very expensive, Jeff. Yeah, so I'm going to look up her podcast because I highly recommend. I think we need just a little break because this stuff is getting very depressing. And I think this is going to make you guys laugh. You could leave it up to interpretation. But have you guys heard about Trump's new spiritual leader? It's not good news. It's not good news. Well, okay, it's partially good news. Because this is what I'm saying, you have fairy dust. Have you guys heard? What's her name? Is Paula White or something? I mean, what in the is going? I thought the first spiritual leaders that, a lot, that whatever he had his first term, it was an evangelical, council of pastors. And a lot of them, came out later were not such great people, right? There's that one that's in all those pictures that, he was part of he had 5 or 8 churches in Dallas. Not, to keep him away, keep him away from the minors. But this woman, I don't know what Trump is thinking, because this is the most fascinating part. I have 3 clips to show you. Her name is Paula White, I think. But at first I saw, because if you don't, what is it called again? If you don't follow Right Wing Watch, I'm assuming they're on Blue Sky too. You should everyone should follow Right Wing Watch. Actually, let me look up what it's at Right Wing Watch. And they specifically are tracking the rise of Christian nationalism in America. So if you want to see all of this whack jobness on display, follow at Right Wing Watch on Blue Sky or on X, because that's where you can see a lot of this. That's when I first knew who Paula White is years ago. But the best part is Alex Jones, crazy Alex Jones, like InfoWars Alex Jones, like Trump supporter Alex Jones. Well, not even Alex Jones can take it, right? Like they did an entire segment on InfoWars, like, what in the F is going on with this woman? And I was like, it's happening. Finally, there are a couple people who are realizing that Trump's association with like the Christian nationalist right, while they're like screaming in tongues, is a scary, weird grift. And by the way, like, I just want to be clear, people on InfoWars, they are Christian. I'm not saying they're atheists or something. These are Christians who are like, I don't know what this lady's doing. Like, it's crazy. And I talk about this, like, I was raised by a malignant narcissist who used to speak in tongues. Because that's really, imagine being so narcissistic that you could convince yourself that Jesus Christ and you and God and the Holy Spirit have a special language that Jesus invented just for you, and he has given it to you so that you can speak to him loudly and get attention while in church. I don't know. I just know my mom. I just found it while she's doing horrible things, but has this weird special relationship with God. So anyways, this is the clip from InfoWars, like, where this kid that works for Alex Jones is like, dude, what in the fuck is this? Which it is like, if you don't know who this woman is, I'm not talking about a little tongue speaking in tongues. I'm not talking about a little muttering. This is like the Pentecostal revival of like circuit riding preachers speaking in tongues.
Appointed a new White House faith leader. It's a lady.
We are all agreeing with InfoWars. The day I thought I would have to sit here and be like, InfoWars is starting to make sense.
She's got some interesting thoughts. Let's hear what she has to say. Let's go to clip number 10.
And that's God saying, let Elon Musk into the Treasury payment system, steal that $6 trillion, my child. Like, I told you guys this. I'm not saying this is just someone muttering. Like, this is Trump's spiritual advisor. Great job, MAGA. Great job.
Power!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The White House faith leader speaking in tongues. Now, I know, I hadn't even made it to the end of that clip before I put it in. Nothing like speaking in gibberish for a straight minute and ending with the word power. Okay, we got a Sith. We got a Sith Lord on our hands, I think. Yeah, no, in case you were wondering, that was not her speaking a different language. That was not a language. That was gibberish. That was speaking in tongues. That was the evangelical trance that people put themselves in where they shout gibberish. Because it's
like people in the chat don't know about this. Maybe because I was just raised in this. This is how I was raised. I was raised by a narcissist who does this. So, like, I guess maybe some of you are not familiar with this, but this seems so normal to me. If you have never heard someone speaking in tongues, that is not a real language. No, it's just somebody stands up in church in like a very wacko evangelical church or Pentecostal. Like, there's there's a couple different denominations that do it. And you're basically just saying, the Holy Spirit is speaking to me, like there's the Holy Trinity, God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. And you're basically saying, I am now being communicated to in a super special language that only I understand the meaning of. Do you see how this is like foolproof? So this crazy woman that Trump's like, she's my spiritual advisor. She like speaks in gibberish And then the only person, it's giving Joseph Smith and Mormonism, who can somehow like interpret what that gibberish is, because it's a secret language between you and God. And that's why my mom used to do this to me, like, God, says that homosexuality is a crime, because I said I liked boys and girls when I was a kid. So it's like you can't combat it because nobody understands the language but that person that the Holy Spirit has picked to understand and speak in that language. And again, this is InfoWars. This is Alex Jones, who was all up in January 6th. This is his show where they're like, what the F is Trump doing? This is crazy.
It's demonic is what it is. In my personal religious opinion, it's channeling demons, but that's just me. No offense to anybody out there that believes in it, but personally, I want a faith leader that's going to sit down with Trump and talk to him about, the history of the church, the purpose of Christian life, and its connection to the American government, not sitting there going, Christ. Good Lord. It's bad. It's not good. It's really not good.
Let MAGA eat themselves. People that can make sense are like, hey, if InfoWars is like, hey, this is a bridge too far for us, these are the people that don't admit Sandy Hook happened. So they're like, hey, Trump's new spiritual leader is off her rocker. Okay, that's not the only clip I have. Don't you worry. If you've never seen Paula White get real into the spirit, here, I just wanted to give, because again, I said to follow Right Wing Watch. I'm sure you can probably follow them on Blue Sky too. It's at Right Wing Watch. It's like, this is, I don't know, the person, whoever runs this account, their mental health cannot be good. They basically are just tracking like right-wing Christian nationalist wackos. But I do highly, if you want to see more of this and understand like how the Christian nationalism faction of conservatism is figuring into this mess, they're a great account to follow. But again, presidential spiritual advisor Paula White is currently leading an impassioned prayer service in an effort to secure Trump's reelection. This is from, I believe this clip is from 2020. He lost this election. And this was her leading her flock in an impassioned prayer service in order to secure Trump's 2020 reelection.
Strike and 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 strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven. In the corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda aka ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rike didi ashata. For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now. They're coming here. They're coming here. In the name of Jesus. From South America. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. From Africa. From South America. Angelic forces. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Pika hata anda ata. Ora bata rata ande eke eke manda rasata. For I hear the sound of victory. 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 I hear the sound.
As someone who used to work in advertising, there's a reason she's repeating 3 syllables over and over. Every single slogan MAGA falls for is just the repetition of 3 syllables. You know what I mean? Like there's a reason, the repetition. I mean, it's insane. This is Trump's spiritual advisor. If you just had, I'm trying to indoctrinate it. So no, I'm just showing you Trump's spiritual advisor in the White House. You don't want to meet her? You guys don't want to know? Who even the right is like, this woman is out of her mind. This is Paula. This is our new White House spiritual advisor. What is like? She's going to help us all. I don't think the angels are coming from Africa or South America. Those angels are busy. But that clip you saw was 2020. Trump, that was her chant to get Trump reelected, which obviously didn't work. So I don't know why he's giving her a second chance. But wait, I just have one more. I just got to show you this. Paula White battles the demonic confederacies that are attempting to steal the election from Trump. This is from 2020. This is real.
We break and divide every demonic confederacy against the election, against America, against that who you have declared to be in the White House. We break it up in the name of Jesus. We loose confusion into every demonic confederacy directed right now at this election, directed specifically at the 6 states. We come against people that are working at high levels right now with demonic confederacies and secrecies and demonic plans and networks. We break it up and we command that it be exposed right now in the name of Jesus.
Are you talking about Elon? No, no, she's perfect in the White House. You guys, this is perfect. This is great. This makes perfect sense. Like, I love that MAGA is shocked because they're like, oh, I thought we hated women. And like, I thought only ministers can be men now. You know what I mean? Like, I do love this for them, though. No, she fits right in with you guys. Her and Kristi Noem, they can go hang out in gravel pit and do unspeakable things to dogs while she chants. It'll be great. You guys you'll get used to it. This is what you guys voted for. What she should be making all our decisions in the White House. This is fine. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost. Can we get to 500K, please? Let's do it. Let's do it for me. Thank you guys for being here today. I missed you guys so much. I just thought I would show you Trump's new spiritual advisor because that is something we should all be very concerned with. I mean, or not. Like I said, last time it was people that had, should probably not be around kids. So I don't know. Maybe it's not the worst thing. I'm trying to think of what important things I want to say because I have a couple things. This ICE, I do want to show this ICE video. Like, I just saw it. I just found it. So I was talking about early, we were watching Gravel Pit Gnome, Hydra Dogs, talk about immigration and Guantanamo, whatever she was talking about. And I was trying to substantiate some of her lies about Gitmo. And one of the things I came across, in articles I found, which did not substantiate her lies, but was about Fox. Trump is pissed because, and this is not just coming from Fox, and it came from the New York Post once, and then this is a clip I found from MSNBC where they're citing NBC News, right? And it's basically, it's happening all over again, right? Like, Trump is detaining families, and I just thought this was something we all should see, among other things, but
The Trump White House is moving forward with restarting the detention of migrant families, including those with young children. What's more, ICE is preparing to publish in the coming days a request for proposal that will ask private prison companies to bid for contracts to restart detention facilities intended specifically for families. So we are.
Now, do you guys remember? It was probably about 3 weeks to a month ago now, where we basically spent a whole Friday on opensecrets.org looking up which Congress members had stock positions in these huge private prison corporations like Geo Group, and we were looking at which which 80% of the private prison money is going to. This is going to come as a shock. Conservatives. But right, we were following the money because that's what SB5, which I wish I didn't have to say the name, but you guys aren't going to know what I'm talking about. But her parents asked us to stop using her name, the unfortunate girl who was unalived by somebody, and then they named a recent bill after her. It's actually known as SB5, Senate Bill 5. Anyways, all of that is a kickback for the private prison corporations that gave Trump money for this election. Whenever you hear the words RFP, that's something I know well in advertising, right? Request for proposal. Like, hey, we have a bunch of money and you could get some of it. Why don't you submit us a proposal of how you're going to lock up families? That's when you hear the words request for a proposal, that's what they're saying. We have billions of dollars. This is what AOC was yelling on the House floor, and I was playing the clips for you guys while we were looking at, and she was saying, look up who's taking lobbyist money from private prison groups. Look who is going to get a windfall in the stock market, who has big positions in private prison groups. This is what AOC was talking about. This is the money. That she's like billions. They know that federal detainment centers can't handle these people. It's going to go to private corporations and these companies that have lobbied Trump. That's all this is. This mass deportation stuff is a kickback to rich people, lobbyists, and private prison corporations.
Locking up families. Hey, there we go. Republicans. Yeah, this is such a good brand for you.
Apparently Donald Trump is mad that the numbers are so low. The numbers are low because the Biden administration was enforcing the rules in the country. They were doing it humanely, as humanely as possible. They had the CBP One app where people had reservations and made appointments. There was some order to the system, and the crisis that he wants so desperately to be there did not exist at the start of his administration. Are there still issues within the system? Yes. But at this point, we're talking about detaining families and rounding up people that can be American citizens. That's literally what's going to end up happening here, and it's already happened.
Well, let's listen to the words of the man who's overseeing all this, Mr. Homan, on family deportations, because I think America just needs to get the full breadth of their thinking here.
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
Cold as ice, baby.
And talking about American citizens, I want to be very clear that what we're talking about is the fact, as you both know very well, there are lots of mixed status families in this country, meaning, maybe mom is undocumented, but the two kids are U.S. citizens. Maybe there's an aunt who's here on a visa. His idea is, well, if I have to take the folks who are undocumented and send them back, don't worry, you can go with them. That is devastating for.
Yeah. And can I just say, Michael Steele was a lifetime Republican. That's the first time and he was refusing to leave. I think he might still be, but now that's the first time I heard him refer to the Republican Party as if he wasn't part of it. I think he's getting to the point where he's like, I need off this crazy train. I love Simone. If you don't know Simone, she's a lifetime political activist. She has a show on MSNBC on the weekends. But more importantly, this is just random facts because you know how my brain works, and I love to give you guys things you might not know. Do you guys know who this person is? Alicia Menendez. Gold Bar Bob. The Democratic senator now doing a WWE heel turn to try to get a pardon from Trump. The guy who had gold bars stored in his walls, that's her daddy. So I'm actually saying this in a good way. I'm not saying something bad about her. I know what it is to have parents who are narcissistic or possibly awful. I kind of admire her for fighting the good fight and separate hers. I do. I like her too. Because I also know what it is. You're not your parents and you can't help where you come from. And if you love them, even though they do absolutely asinine things. So I actually do like Alicia Menendez. I remember when I realized she has a show. I don't know when her show airs actually. It's on the weekends or something. She's not a main person on MSNBC, but I remember when she admitted it as her dad, and she's like, I don't care, whatever happens to him happens. I'm just here to do a job. Yeah, but this is Gold Bar Bob's daughter, the one who was based. If you don't understand what Senator Bob Menendez was, well, he got off once on a state trial, and then this recent federal trial, he's hoping for a pardon from Trump, but saying it was all corruption. Yeah, read the court documents. He basically was taking kickbacks from Egypt. Yeah, and his new wife, not her mom. He's divorced from her mother, and he married an Asian woman. Her name's Arslanian or something. I can't remember. But anyways, I'm just saying, I kind of like Alicia Menendez, and sometimes when there's all these political connections, I just does she have a show every day now? That's awesome. Well, what's her name just left too? I don't know if you guys saw last week, Andrea Mitchell. who's been on MSNBC forever, did her like final show last week. So they're definitely like shuffling a lot of things around. Yeah, like your dad can be awful or your mom could be awful and you could go in a different direction. Thank you for the $5, Ramona. I appreciate it so much. She says, I missed you so much. Happy you're back. Happy to be back. I missed you guys too, believe me. I don't like talking to myself. No, Andrea was getting a little. Listen, Andrea Mitchell is a staple. She's a great reporter. She's had a decades-long career. I totally respect her, but like, I do think some things need to change at MSNBC. Because if nothing else, for their own ratings, right? Like, Rachel Maddow cannot drag them to the finish line on her back alone. So, like, they got to figure something out, because I love Rachel Maddow, and Rachel Maddow needs like a supporting cast. Oh, and this is, how much I love Mr. Global. So I'll probably this will probably be one of the last things I show, but I think it's important. Like, I was talking about how Trump had like the Japanese prime minister on Friday in the White House, and he was like sitting there and they were talking about as if they had done some oil deal. Right. And like, oh, look at all this money I'm bringing to America, which, yeah, I don't, most stuff I know about U.S. oil, I have admittedly learned from Mr. Global. He's a wealth of knowledge and my own reading. But even I knew immediately before seeing Mr. Global's video, I was like, no, that's been going on for years. Like, Trump just invites people in and he's just like, hey, I'm just going to say we're doing something that has nothing to do with either of our governments. It's a deal between private corporations, and then I'm going to pretend that I did it. And I just want you to sit here and nod while I do it. And Mr. Global made a video and just like lit Trump up.
I promise. President Trump just announced a joint venture between the United States and Japan to sell American oil to Japan. This is going to cause major economic boom in both countries. Amazing. Okay, but what's going on here? So this is something that was already done. Yeah, this was a thing before Donald Trump took office. Yeah. Biden administration greenlights LNG exports from Alaska project. There is no joint venture between the U.S. and Japan on this LNG project. It's not a thing. LNG Project Development Company says it has an agreement to develop $44 billion Alaska project. This is a deal between private companies that's already in the works and has been in works for years. Like, Donald Trump came out and literally said, Japan wanted to buy LNG and Biden wouldn't sell it. I'm trying to figure that one out. Maybe it was the environment. Japan wanted to buy LNG and Biden wouldn't sell it? That's what we're going with?
If you guys remember, I showed you, they had our tax dollars were wasted for congressional hearings where that same narrative was spread. All of these countries want to buy liquid natural gas and Biden's blocking them. And then they had the actual experts come in who were like, none of this is true, but Republicans don't care about the truth. They just want their clip to try to get on Hannity with a lie. Like, that's what, there were congressional hearings where the record was corrected over and over again about how many LNG terminals there were, about how long these things have been in the works, about how they can't hire people fast enough to work at these LNG terminals. And then Trump held a press conference on Friday for a deal between two private corporations that Biden greenlit that has been in the works for years to say that he did it. That's what all this is. All these fake tariffs, everything is just Trump. Like, hey, I said a lot of things and I've got to pretend to take credit for some things.
Anything to take credit, I guess. Anyway, this LNG project has been in the work for years. So what they're doing is, up here is, Prudhoe Bay, North Slope, Alaska. There's a lot of oil produced here, and they produce a lot of natural gas, but they can't sell it because they can't get it to the market. So they simply re-inject the natural gas back down into the ground, and it helps the oil, flow from the wells. But they need to come in here and build an 800-plus mile pipeline. This is a natural gas pipeline down to the Kenai Peninsula. And remember, there are companies doing this. They've been working on this for years. This is not a U.S.-Japan thing. The government has nothing to do with this. It's already been approved. I mean, the government approving it is the only thing they have to do with it. But that was done a couple of years ago, right? Anyway, here they will stand up an LNG export terminal and a carbon capture plant. Yeah, so there will be carbon capture alongside the LNG export terminal, and this will be a natural gas pipeline. And this will have the ability to produce about 3.5 billion cubic feet a day of natural gas will flow through this pipeline to this LNG export terminal. And I personally think this is a good thing because the wells already exist and are already producing, right? So it's wasted resources that we're just pumping back into the ground. Yeah, and I like the carbon capture aspect of it. And I like the fact that this is going to be a really good thing for Alaskans who share in the revenue of their natural resources in their state. And Harvest, which is the company that is going to construct the LNG terminal, they'll have contracts in place for buyers overseas.
Get it. The point is this has been already done in the works, and we had to sit and watch Trump take credit for something that has nothing to do with him. That's all we're doing. It's the same thing with announcing tariffs and then being like, oh, Canada, the market's crashing. Like, didn't you promise me something that you already budgeted for? And now I'm pretending I won a tariff war that I actually lost and nothing happened because the market started crashing and I panicked. Same thing with Mexico. Same thing with China. Like this, it's just getting more and more. Did you see the China loophole for the tariffs? Oh, but any package valued under $800 can enter without tariffs. Like, okay, so there's no Chinese tariff then. And still, I don't know. I have to check the news. I've been on here with you guys. I don't know. China's tariffs were supposed to go into effect today. So we probably are still going to be punished, even though there's no real tariffs. Like there's, as far like if you really dig into Trump's tariffs, it's just Trump. Like same thing with him releasing billions of gallons of or millions of gallons of water. It could have been more. To say that I sent the military in and I opened the giant faucet and I'm tired of people making fun of me. Great. Now the Central Valley farmers aren't going to have water when they need it in the summer. But cool, Trump. Super awesome. Like this is what happens. And remember, the Republican line is he was elected. He knows everything about everything. We'll just let him make all the decisions. This is why you have experts on water. You have experts on fires. You have experts on finance because no one person can know everything. And when someone believes they do, like Donald Trump, we've got people convincing us, yeah, he tried to flood 3 cities, almost did. And flood farmland. Like, I mean, he almost ruined also a bunch of our food supply. Like, I think I wasn't going to show too many more videos, but I think I have a really good video of Ted Lieu, like, being like, hey, let me tell you what Donald Trump really did when he tried to fix the water problem. It was like in a congressional hearing last week, and Ted Lieu was pissed. He was like, hey, you know when Trump turned on that faucet? I love Ted Lieu. I could listen to Ted Lieu lay into Trump all day long. I could fall asleep to it.
I just want to explain, when you solve for the wrong problem, not only do you not get the solution, you can cause harm. So Donald Trump has in his mind that somehow there's a spigot in Northern California, he's going to open a valve and dump water to Southern California. Here are the facts. Southern California's reservoirs are at near record levels when this fire happened. Didn't matter because Donald Trump then ordered the Army Corps of Engineers to release over 2 billion gallons of water that almost...
I didn't know it was billion. Excuse me, 2 billion. I should stop saying hundreds of millions. That's 2 billion gallons of water that you got, MAGA, you guys are responsible for because you guys can't read or think.
Flooded farmland, if not for the local water districts that pushed back. But guess what? This water was saved for the farmers for the summer season when they needed the water. And so the president wasted all this water that isn't even reaching Southern California. It's going to evaporate for a PR stunt. So this was a harmful, ludicrous action. You saw.
you, Ted Lieu, for pointing out what we all already know, but this is Donald Trump. And actually, while we're at it, because I'm remembering now, I was like, why did I have this? Yeah, there's another thing, like, you know how because Elon Musk was being investigated by the Federal Aviation Administration and he forced the FAA director out, and then there was a bunch of plane crashes that are, as we know from Trump's own logic, whoever's in the White House is responsible for anything that happens in the transportation industry. So Donald Trump is responsible for those plane crashes. His transportation secretary is responsible for those, who's a washed up reality star, season 6 of The Real World. Check him out, Boston. But anyway, yeah. So, I mean, he's responsible. And then he goes off. I mean, not only this water disaster, which is billions of gallons of water. I live in Arizona. Do you understand that we split Southern California, Nevada, Arizona, we split the Colorado River? To waste billions of gallons of water from there would be the difference between life or death for people in Arizona. And because Trump is just out of his mind, he's wasting billions of gallons of water. And if you don't understand what the Central Valley is to the United States food source, look it up. Drowning crops is it's terrifying that to prove a point, to make up that there's some magical faucet, like Ted Lieu said it very clearly, this water will evaporate before it gets anywhere near Southern California. Just to say he did something would waste billions of gallons of water. To people in Arizona, that is liquid gold. Like, it makes me sick to even think about. But he went on this, like, on Friday, so he did a bunch of press conferences, but he was at, like, the National Prayer Breakfast in the morning and goes on this, about air traffic control. I just liken it to, like, it's the faucet. It's the next step up from, like, Faucet Gate. It's just like not one word this man says makes sense for like 2 minutes. Like, not one word. And people are just like, oh, Trump, you're so smart. You're so great. Makes sense. Like, no, it doesn't. And then someone posted the transcript. So I also have the transcript, which is even funnier when you read it, because it's like not a word makes sense.
I think what is going to happen is we're all going to sit down and do a great computerized system for our control towers, brand new, not pieced together, obsolete like it is land-based, trying to hook up a land-based system to a satellite system. And the first thing that some experts told me when this happened is you can't hook up land to satellites and you can't hook up satellites to land. It doesn't work. And we spent billions and billions of dollars trying to renovate an old broken system instead of just saying, cut it loose and let's spend less money and build a great system done by 2 or 3 companies, very good companies, specialists. That's all it is.
Special companies owned by billionaires that I owe favors to because they gave me millions of dollars. Oh, it gets worse. This is just the beginning of the gibberish. Not one word of this makes any sense, except for he's like, hey, I owe some rich people some favors, so I'm going to take more of your tax dollars and waste them.
They used 39 companies. That means that 39 different hookups have to happen. And I don't know how many people of you are good in terms of all of the kind of things necessary for that. And it's very complex stuff. But when you have 39 different companies working on hooking up, different cities had different people, you need one company with one set of equipment. And there are some countries that have unbelievable air controller systems, and bells would have gone off when that helicopter literally even hit the same height, because it traveled a long distance before it hit. It was just wouldn't stop. It was, follow the line. But bells and whistles would have gone off. They have them where it actually could virtually turn the thing around. It would have just never happened if we had the right equipment. And one of the things that's going to be, I'm going to be speaking to John and to Mike and to Chuck and to everybody. We have to get.
John and Mike are involved? Oh, great. Hold on. I have to do a puzzle piece. You guys just can't hear it because I figured out how to turn the sound off. Oh, John and Mike are going to help with this endeavor? Like, oh, great. Like now we're cooking with gas. Like not one prayer breakfast. Like it's not even. It's like only 2/3 stuff
together and just as a single bill just pass where we get the best control system. When I land in my plane privately, I use a system from another country because my captain tells me I'm landing in New York and I'm using a system. I won't tell you what country, but I use a system from another country because the captain says this thing is so bad, it's so obsolete, and we can't have that. So we're going to have the best system, and a lot of money, but it's not that much money. And it'll happen fast, and it'll be done by total professionals. And when it's done, you're not going to have accidents. It's just not. They're virtually not possible to.
2 weeks, guys. 2 weeks. It's just 2 weeks and $6 trillion, and nothing will happen. And then he'll blame it on someone else. He'll throw his transportation secretary under the wheels of the bus, and that'll be that. And the funny, Aaron Rupar posted the actual transcript. Like, if you actually read it, it's crazier. Like, I think I want to like memorize this as like a spoken word and go to like a coffee shop and be like, I have a poem. I'd like to perform a one woman show to perform and see if anyone knows what I'm doing. We're all going to sit down and do a great computerized system for our control towers. Brand new, not pieced together, obsolete like it is. You can't even read it. Like the holy run-on sentences, Bat. Like, what if I did and then I did it like on live stream? And just like, does anyone know what I'm doing? I actually might do something like that. I'm starting to. That's how crazy Trump is making me feel. Yeah, I mean, yeah, what you don't do is because the man that spent $277 million on getting you elected and you sold your soul to, and God knows what he has on you now, like said, hey, I don't like the FAA administrator. Let me fire him. Let's do a federal hiring freeze because Project 2025 says that we don't need federal employees to land planes. So let's make sure 2 people in every tower or 1 person is doing the job of 2 people. Like, I mean, it's not brain surgery here. But yeah, I guess he didn't start muttering that like women and brown and black people and gay people and disabled people were responsible for the plane crash. At least like on Friday, he was sort of blaming technology. So maybe he got the message that blaming brown and black people was not going over well. The most competent hire Trump has had is Stormy Daniels. Yeah, by the way, little known fact about Stormy Daniels. She was her valedictorian. Stormy Daniels is super smart. So, yeah, Stormy Daniels is quite intelligent, but I do agree with that. Another plane crash in Arizona. Yeah, planes crash in Arizona. I don't even mean that in a joking way. Yeah, I mean, don't make sense. People are saying very intelligent things in the comments. I don't think Trump never wants you to answer back with logic. He's just, and MAGA's just like, well, you heard him. No reason to question any of that. It sounded good to. He's got this, you guys. He's got this. Who wants to book a Spirit Airlines flight? Like, no one. And I just need to play a couple more clips. We need to play, first of all, I just want to play that Stephen A. Smith clip that I think, I have 2 Stephen A. Smith clips and this is the truth. And like I said, Stephen A. Smith annoys me sometimes, but I will say I have noticed on his podcast that he is relentlessly hammering Trump lately. So as long as if he continues to do that and produce good sound bites, then I'm going to play them. Because that's the truth. This is your dream, MAGA. Like, this is your dream. I don't want to hear about the media. They're still trying to blame the media. You guys are in control of everything now. Like, this is your dream, not ours.
Go ahead and govern. That way you have no excuses when things go awry. You can't say the Dems were in your way. You got the Senate, you got the House, you got the White House, you got the Supreme Court. What's up? You can't sit up there and blame anybody else if the economy falters, if inflation ultimately ravages our society, if things aren't handled at the border, if the streets of America are still riddled with crime. You can't sit up there and blame anybody else when you got everything you want and need in order to run a government the way you think a government should be run.
Yeah, no excuses anymore. Your guys' idiocy will bury us all. And I just want to say, I saw that, what's his name, Blagojevich was pardoned. I did see that. But like also Trump pardoned him. Well, I just want to be clear. I don't think Trump pardoned him originally in 2020. He commuted his sentence in 2020. So now probably Blagojevich saved up the money for a real pardon. And then I don't know if you guys saw, but the other announcement, which this has kind of been in the works for a while, and I can see why they're probably doing it. But wait, did I just delete my own news update? I just saw a news update that they're like thinking of, they're going to move to dismiss Eric Adams' case, which I think is actually smart because it's going through federal court. And if Eric Adams is convicted, which he shall be, like, I just want to say, like, you hear different things about Eric Adams' case. If you've been following me long enough, I read the court documents to you, so you know how illegal what Eric Adams truly did is. But what you hear from Trump and saying Eric Adams was framed, you'll hear Trump saying, Eric Adams, if you don't know, is the mayor of New York City. He was indicted on a lot of federal corruption charges, wire fraud, bribery. I'll get into the rest of it in a second. But the way Trump will tell it is Eric Adams was getting free upgrades on airlines. Who's never gotten a free upgrade? Who's never gotten a free hotel room upgrade? Like, that's fine. And actually, I do agree that, like, I don't know if that will stick because of the Supreme Court ruling. Like, if you don't, so many horrific Supreme Court rulings came down in the last SCOTUS session, but one of the most damaging to America is a little case called Snyder v. United States. It basically was all the conservative, corrupt justices saying, hey, as long as you are bribed after the fact, it's just a gratuity. This is a Supreme Court ruling. It has to do with like some guy in Illinois. It was like not even that high up in government in Illinois, I believe. He was like accepting bribes, and the Supreme Court basically let him off the hook and said, hey, as long as the bribe comes after, it's a tip. And now you get why they want tips to be tax-free, because their bribes are just tips. It's a gratuity as long as it's after the fact. So when you hear Trump saying, who hasn't gotten an upgrade? Who hasn't gotten this? Who hasn't gotten that? That's what he's talking about, that part. But there's a whole nother part to the Eric Adams corruption case. I have the court documents printed out right over here, and I read them on these lives. Like, the really disgusting part is he stole $10 million from taxpayers, right? Eric Adams was basically, and it's not just one country, but the primary country is Turkey. And if you know, like, Erdogan is a very scary person to be in bed with, right? And he was basically soliciting money from the Turkish government and Turkish businessmen. And then they were getting Turkish nationals who are technically American citizens to book these campaign donations. It's illegal for foreign nationals to donate to U.S. You can't influence U.S. politics. So they would find like Turkish businessmen who owned like big construction companies in New York City, and they would get their Turkish workers and say, hey, I'm going to give you like a couple thousand under the table. You book this campaign donation like it's yours. So it's legal. And this is the real messed up part, where if you're from New York, you should be real pissed, is because there's so much corruption in New York City. They try to allow like local elections and donations coming from actual residents of New York City to mean something. So they have a donor match program. It's like up to 8 times match. It's either 6 or 8, but I think it's 8. So, but again, you can check the court documents. So what I'm saying is like these people would give these donations of $2,000, and these were residents of New York City. And then Eric Adams would go to the New York City, accounting people and a firm. This is not coming from foreign nationals, even though there's text messages and all sorts of paper trails that say otherwise, and witnesses that are testifying otherwise, right? This is coming from, this Turkish guy who lives in Queens. And they could prove otherwise, obviously. But the real sick part was then he would register it for an 8 times match. So he would steal taxpayer dollars. It would be like 2,000 times 8. So the taxpayers were funding his campaign. And that's meant because any billionaire could just give Eric Adams so much money. So it's meant to add value to actual residents who want to like have a say in elections, you know? And when it was all said and done of all the money, and that was just for his last reelection that he stole, it's $10 million. So, and they're looking to like dismiss the charges, but I think that's best because I think if he gets convicted, Trump's just going to pardon him anyway. So maybe if they dismiss the charges, they can bring him at a later date when this like shit show isn't so shitty, you know? But yeah, I just wanted to explain that about Eric Adams. But yeah, I would just advise, don't get too angry when Trump's pardoning people because yeah, I mean, this is, if you have the money or or something Trump is a transactional narcissist. If you could afford it, if you have something he needs, if you have something to barter or trade, I mean, he'll do anything. He's the God King now. Please don't forget to follow me, please, on YouTube. Watch my YouTube content. I appreciate it so much. I'm a girl has no name across the internet. Follow me on Twitch as well. I appreciate it so much. I'm so glad we made it through today. I'm a little clammy and I think I need some rest. So I'm going to end with that note, but I will be back tomorrow. I need to update on Danielle. I'll let you guys know tonight, and I'm going to contact Dr. Danny. She was in Spain, and she's back now, and she's at a conference in San Diego. So I'm going to talk to her after this and figure out if we're doing the broadcast tomorrow or what's going on. If for some reason Danny can't do it, I'm pretty sure she can. So I think we'll be doing the broadcast tomorrow again, it starts earlier because it has to be on her lunch break, but I'll put an update in Discord and on Substack and things when I know. But that's on Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern. So we'll be doing that tomorrow unless otherwise. I say otherwise. And otherwise, we'll be back with the People's Receipts on Wednesday. I appreciate you guys so, so, so much. More than you will ever know. I missed you guys, and it's nice to be back. Who should we raid? See, I remembered something without having to be told. Who's live? Who do you guys want to raid? Just tell me. I can't even find my TikTok app. Thank you so much. Oh, this is Lainey. Yes, let's do raid Lainey. Love Lainey. We need to support her through these crazy times. I think I'm going to talk about it tomorrow on the broadcast. Did you guys, speaking of we need to support trans people in this world. Did you guys see that Sarah McBride was going to give like her first floor speech? Representative Sarah McBride, and like they referred to her as Mr. McBride, the gentleman from like I'm going to I'll talk about it tomorrow probably. I just can't even deal with the absolute hate that's going. Oh, it's beyond horrible. You guys can't even imagine. And with complete poise, she ignored it. Like having hate like spewed at her and gives like an amazing floor speech. Like it's Deb. Thank you so much for the $2. So glad you're back. Thank you, Deb. I'm so glad I'm back too. I miss you guys when I'm not around. So yeah, we'll talk about that more tomorrow. She is so, so strong. I don't even know how people are disgusting in this world. But thank you so, so much for your support, guys. Let's raid Lainey. Tell her I said hi. Love her to death. And I will see you guys tomorrow and later tonight in the Discord. Later, Gators.
We'll check out for milk. LC, the other one for which color, my dear? 然后这个 LC 要几张 $3 for which color, my dear? Or one more pink color? Or one more pink color? 你干嘛？先结账，这个先结账。哦，你要先结账。会急。哦。You choose a pretty one, please. Oh, so choose the free color for you, right? This light blue color for you, my dear. Light blue color. This pretty. Light blue for you. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 for LC. And waiting 范范 go Go to bathroom. She will come back here. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so check out for Rosa. After check out for Rosa, check out for Milk. And LC. Here is 142 for your total, my dear. 142. $14 for this CHINESE nuts. And this pays for the $8. And this one is 7 for 3 pieces. 7 for 3. The plum chimney Billy braces smaller version 5 for 1. 5 for 1. Last 2 pieces. Crystal Cola Billy braces $14 for 1. And Devil Blue Pendant 89 for my Jenny. So my dear, right now total is 142. If everything time me 142 and missing one. Missing one. The pretty purple color for my Jenny. One open your basket gift. And then for L, okay. And then for L. One for two, okay. Jenny freebie, pink pouch, pink bracelets, pink box together for my Jenny. This one for Jenny actual freebie. 1, 2, 3, kasa kasa, my dear. Kasa kasa, 1, 2, 3, kasa kasa. Box can hold a lot of pretty bracelets inside, my dear. Jenny Rosa 的 link. SSD, okay. Check inside, perfect. Jenny, A1 number. 看一下那个我的 number 哦。A1 number 2, my dear. A1 number 2. After finish payment, just check out all the number with Tammy, my dear. Like you, Jenny. Thank you for support and thank you for everything, my dear. Thank you for helping me yesterday. Milk baby, are you ready? Milk baby， 然后那个头啊，那个 order number， 然后还有那个结账。I'm here. Milk total is 121, my dear. 121. Reveal your basket here right now. The bangle 101. Open your basket gift and the Labrador right bangle. Peter side bangle. Copper mantle 4 and 5. 4 and 5. Here is Tianzhu Billy's bracelets. 7 for 2. 7 for 2. 925. Ruby vintage. Ruby 38. And this one 28. Another insect. Animal. Tanzanite $8. Tanzanite Billy's $8. Bumblebee Billy's $14. Bumblebee. Malaysian J triple layer. This one is a 5 for 2. 5 for 2. And some charms. This one leopard double layer 2 for 1. Leopard 1 and 2 pieces for this one and 1 piece for this. 1 piece for this. So my dear, if everything okay, let me time me 121. Kalo, are you still here, my love? Kalo. 121. Okay, prepare the actual free pink pouch for my dear. Dun. This one for my milk. Today all the pink box day. Hello, thank you for your tips, my dear. Thank you for your tips. Fan prepared a pretty actual gift for you, my dear. Check inside also the perfect. Thank you, Tammy. Welcome, my milk. 1, 2, 3, kasa. Paid. Okay, check all the number for my Jenny. 1, 2, 3, kasa. If my dear milk done the screenshot, comment SSD to tell me. And in link A1 number, A1 number 1, my dear. A1 number 1. SSD. Okay. A1 number 1, oh my dear. My milk. Lovely milk. Hello, here is Fan prepared actual free gift for you, my dear. This is a pretty DIY peach moonstone. Do you like this one with dangle slide design? This one for your actual gift. Thank you. You're welcome, my dear. This one charges $9 for you, and all the number for you. Let's take a screenshot with all the number together. Hope you like this pretty style the DIY bracelets. DIY for you. And order number K-Low 26890 1, 2, 3 咔嚓咔嚓 Thank you for the 谁呀？要啊 Thank you for the support Thank you for support my dear 1, 2, 3咔嚓咔嚓
Jenny
SSE OK Jenny 活动 Jenny 活动 watch LC 范范 say Jenny 互动 LC are you still here L creation your total right now is 132 my dear 132 let's show your pretty items here you got on this bigger one maybe sold out right 那条 Foxy wall this is how beautiful okay yes do you sell those books yeah my dear $3 my dear Dorian $3 the boxes is $3 $12 for one and here is 7 for 3 Peter site